Welcome everyone in chambers and online. I'd like to call the Monday, July 22nd, regular council meeting of the town of Smoky Lake to order at 1:01 p.m. And at this time, I'd like to just give a friendly reminder for public, members of council and administration staff that our electronic devices to be on silence. And according to our procedure bylaw, and if at 5 o'clock we are not concluded, that we will be breaking for 30 minutes for a lunch recess. So at this time, I'd like to offer any volunteers to give the land acknowledgement. Terry?
That the town of Smoky Lake respectfully acknowledges that we are situated on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional lands of First Nation and Métis people.
Thank you. So moving to 2.1, the consent agenda. For areas of consent, I will go first. 3.1.
Do we add items first or do we do that after? Sorry.
Items of consent will go around and I'll go first, and then we'll come back and we'll go around a second time for additions and deletions.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Oh, of course, you know what you're doing.
Okay. So starting again, 3.1, 7.1, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.7, 7.8. Oh, no. 8.1, 8.4, 8.6, 8.7, 8.10, or 8.11, 9.6, 11.3, 11.4, 11.6. Councillor Makuecha?
I'll just pass on to coach.
Good thing I used a different color pen. All right, so I chose 7.1, 7.2, 7.4, 7.6, 8.5, 8.8, 8.10, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.56, 9.5, 9.7, 9.9, 11.1, 11.3, and that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Martin?
I'm just gonna go play the ones that haven't been said. 8.2. And here's my next page. All right, 8.9. And that is all.
Councillor Makuecha?
Covers all mine, thank you.
So now we'll move on to addition. Would administration like to go first?
If I could please add 13.1, late additions to the agenda, right? Update on Obi, update on the parade. I guess we'll go with the Heritage Days. And 13.2, Beaver Creek public engagement, development permit, I guess, public engagement. And
Beaver Creek or Beaver Co-op? Or
Beaver Creek Co-op.
okay, all okay.
And I recommend we delete, I'll leave that it for discussion, but there's no topic for 7.8, the CAO check-in, since it didn't happen. And if I could put in a request for council to consider moving the closed sessions, 14, to 3 p.m., just so that we're not keeping staff late and paying overtime. If that's all right with council.
I can't see why not. Would that be fair at this time? So at 3 o'clock, we'll break and, or not break, but we will move into closed session for all items under number 14. And Ruth, did you have anything else?
I know that's it, thank you.
Um. I do not have any, so I will pass on additions or deletions at this time. Councillor McWaker.
Good.
Councillor Coates, additions or deletions?
I'd like to add Brock boards as per my email. So is that 13 point?
So pardon me, I had some meetings earlier today. I didn't look at the email. So is it something, can
I
we,
think it just went to admin actually. Oh, unless you sent a second one to council.
They sent. I probably did just send it to admin. Because I asked for something to be printed from it so that when I added it to the agenda, that you could all.
These,
I have.
That's why you're getting confused, right? Yeah, I included you in that email.
The leases, you included all of council, so those are there, and they're part of a current one. I have the other one here, that if it gets added, it'll get handed out, was the thought. Okay. I don't know if you wanna.
so I'm not aware of what we're doing right now. So I'm going to ask Councillor Coates, could it be postponed to the August meeting or?
So that actually is why I'm adding it now, is because it's to, the motion will be to invite this delegate to our August meeting
Okay.
and to share this information.
Okay, so is that okay with the
what's
rest?
it called again, sorry?
Brock boards, it's like, you know, those 3 new signs on county property right across from the
Oh.
hospital?
What do you call it?
Brock.
BROCK. Boards. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that's 13.2 then, or 4?
Three.
Three.
So 13.2 is the 3, so 13.3 is Brock boards. And
And I'd like to add 2 closed session. Got my section 17 personnel, harmful to personal privacy or whatever it is. So I'd like to add that to closed session as well.
so I would have it as 14.9. And would that also be covered during when we go into closed session at 3 o'clock?
No, because it has nothing to do with keeping somebody here late after hours, so it would be preferable to be at the end of it.
Is it, personnel that I'm assuming, is what we would list it as, just as a title?
Any other additions or deletions? Councillor Coates, any other deletions or additions?
No, just the only question I have is the library minutes and report were under correspondence. Don't they usually get put under our reports? I thought.
Under council reports.
So just wanted to point that it's not,
Yeah.
but it shouldn't be under correspondence. It should be under where we usually put the minutes from our reports.
Are we okay to leave it where it is, or are we requesting a change, or?
You could request to move it.
In the grand scheme of things, Marion, no, it's not a big deal, but it's just it's in the public placement of where it should be.
Councillor Morton?
The only addition I have, and I was gonna just ask council what you would prefer, is I did not submit my report on time, so I have it and I can email it out, or we can add a double one to the next agenda. So I can either send it now, and it'll be there, or it'll be at the next one, or I can just email it to you guys.
Well, you have it printed out?
No, I can email it though.
And we could add it to the agenda if you did a verbal or something.
Yeah, so Why don't we, may I suggest that we add 12.1 to the consent agenda and we provide it at that time.
Okay. It's a good suggestion.
At this time, I'm looking for a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councilor Markowitz?
I'll move to accept the agenda as amended with the additions and deletions.
I gave them to council to come back, but I need them for me and I think Hank's probably not.
So, Dawn, are we okay to accept that motion? Without listing everything or? So, all in favor? Carried. Moving on to the first item on would be the 3.1. So that was myself. I would like to speak to that. I just have three minor, very minor edits at this time on page 6. Under the delegations, I would, if it's okay with everyone, that we have just the one listed. And at the time of the meeting, I believe all 3 delegations were present. So if you wouldn't mind, if administration could include the 2 others, Michelle Wright and Mira. Okay, thank you. The second one is on page 9 and 12. It's a duplicate of the recess. And I remember the meeting last was, we only had the 1 break. So I think we'd omit the one on page 12. And we went over just the 2 then at this time. And I would like a motion to adopt the minutes.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Coates has the motion. All in favor? Carried. Moving on to 6 point, there are no delegations, there's no public hearings, so we are moving on to 6.1.
Action list. Oh, never mind, sorry, consent, it's all good.
And so 6.1, administrative.
That wasn't removed, was it?
Sorry.
Was that removed? I don't think that was removed from the consent.
The action list.
Yeah, or no, the admin report 6.1. It's part of the consent agenda.
Yeah, so I think I called it out, right?
Second.
I would like to, if this is the case, then I would like it removed from the consent agenda.
So we have to make a motion to, because it's already been adopted.
Okay, sorry. And I had it, can I have a friendly amendment then? Would that be okay? Or?
I think you probably have to rescind the motion and make it adopt.
Okay, I have Councillor Morton and but Councillor Morton.
Yeah, let's just rescind it. I'd like to make a motion to rescind Terry's motion for the consent agenda. And to make a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the additions and do you want me to list them?
You should.
And
It's clear, because
Yeah.
we missed it last time.
So adoption with consent agenda 3.1, 6.1, 7.1 through 8, 8.1, 8.2, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, 8.11, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.9, 11.1, 11.3, 11.4, 11.6, 12.1, 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, and closed session 14.1 through 14.9.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. And my apologies.
No, it's okay. I'm surprised you guys didn't have it on there. Like, no questions on our admin report?
Very thorough, maybe that's why.
It is. So I'll go. Councillor Coates.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for including about the conference. I truly appreciate it. Thank you very much. And it shows what, what we're investing in. So I really appreciate it. Especially, I love the part where you tell us what you brought. We'd like to bring back from it as well too. So it makes it worth it. So just a few questions that I have about what's going on with the digital signs right now? What's the
Well, we
update on it? Please.
Updated our internet, right? So we went to MCSnet and then that took a while because we couldn't access to actually fix it, like change it. It was inside the box. That finally got done. And Raman, I don't know if you have any further updates. Raman was working with Core and with MCSnet because one's saying it's one saying it's the other is the issue. And we were still struggling getting it because we can't update the sign because Tamara can't get into it. Raman, if you're there listening, do you have anything further to add on that? Because I know you were speaking with both.
Yeah, and both of them have said that. it's-
One second, we're gonna turn you on.
Hello,
Okay,
better now?
a second. Okay, now try.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so both of them have said it's none of their concern because it's not part of the contract, so I'm just looking into seeing what the best way to address that is. So it might take some time, so I guess I'll have to reach out to the manufacturer people.
So we just finally got the internet connected. It was not that long ago that they finally were able to update that. Right, John? It was very recently. So now we're just trying to troubleshoot how to get them to communicate.
So it's all tied into the bigger picture of all of this switching over.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but just because
We're
one day I
ready.
drive by, it's not working, but the other one's working, but I'm seeing items from
Content.
May.
Yes.
And then,
We can't even delete the old items, so yes.
no,
Yeah,
just
but
wanted
thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted an update on that. We recently had Métis Days and Canada Day and some events, and I want to say thank you again because we worked on our proclamations in order to make that happen. One thing I'm a little disappointed by is that we didn't have the infinity flags up for Métis Day, and then the following was Canada Day. And they were put up, it looks like, at the last minute. So is that something that we should be adding to our proclamation policy? Is a standard as to which flags are put up? Because I believe we have 2, if not 3 proclamations where it would be appropriate to put up the Métis Nation flag at the post.
Yeah, so we put them up for Canada Day because we've done that historically, so I think that would be appropriate, right? So if you were to say during these event or on these proclamation dates that we fly the. And we'd have to, because we need to then purchase, right? So then there's budget implications, we need, because I'm assuming do we have any extra Métis flags? I think we only have the ones that are on our building, so unless we have a spare for backups, we don't have ragged flags, so.
So just, I thought we had them up there last year.
Maybe for what? We put it up for, yes, we should have a couple, because we put them up for one event last year, right?
Yeah.
The assembly, but that was a motion to fly the flags.
Yeah.
So we would just need that direction, and then we'd make
Okay.
sure we had them, and we'd make sure we put them up on those dates.
Okay, so because I was just disappointed in seeing that, because I expected them, I thought it was gonna be part of tie into, what is it, since we've made these proclamations, how are we gonna show these proclamations? And I know people like it, and you know what? Glenda did a fantastic job on 855 with all of her Canada Day flags, but she had them up much sooner than us. So is that something that we can ask you to do then, is to incorporate that into the proclamation policy? Because you say it needs to be done by motion then?
Well, it'd be the nice thing, because you say you're disappointed that we didn't do it, but we didn't know we've never done it before for that date, so we wouldn't just. We did not automatically think to do that. We've been doing certain extra things for different proclamations, like certain ones where, we've done things. It makes sense as soon as you say it, but we've never done it before, so we didn't think to do it. So I think if it was in a motion, or a motion to bring that to the proclamations policy saying within that, this is how we'll recognize, we could do that. So I could do, if you want me to bring it back, that policy with some recommendations on it, and then you could think about some as well, and then we can make sure that's identified. And then it's hard, well, then it is, it's our responsibility to make sure we're doing it, right? So there's that clear direction rather than if we're assuming.
So what makes this really interesting
Mhm.
is the reason why I'm paying attention to this is because of our previous mayor and being in a meeting with previous council where he asked the CAO about this as well. Do you not have these things on your calendar? Do you not have, so this is why here we are years later and something like this has not been fixed, because I absolutely agree with that assertion that this is something, it should be for me a no-brainer that as soon as I know that Métis days are coming up, that the Métis flags are up at the four-way stop at least a week in advance, in a way of even letting people know what's going on. It's the same thing with Canada Day and whatever else. And in fact, if anything, that is something that perhaps we might want to consider for different holidays. Do we want our own flags there during special Pumpkin Day flags, whatever? But yes, that is something that I would like admin to bring back to us, because I would like a problem that's been continuing since previous council to be rectified by this council.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, or would it be more appropriate, since we're specifically hawking flags, to include it in our flag policy instead? Because that's very clear on when they need to raise and lower the flags, maybe also hanging commemorative flags or certain flags for certain days. Maybe it's actually better there. But what do you think? What does council think?
It's been chunking at the bed.
Yeah, go ahead. Councillor.
I was gonna suggest that we put it in our flag policy, and I understand that feels like a problem, but if we don't give the direction, then it never changes, right? Policy, right?
At this point, if I may, I would suggest, because we are focused on the admin reports, that we come back with a subsequent motion. And I think that if it's regarding the admin report, let's specialize the conversation to that.
So yes,
Do you have
if we are going to make it, so for clarification, if I may, Madam Chair, you want me to make it, I can make a motion at the end of the admin reports? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Did you have other questions or?
Just one more.
Okay. go
And
ahead.
it actually is a follow-up again. Oh, sorry, two more. I'll make them really quick. And that is, we had a previous motion about discussing with Brian at ESSO in reaching some sort of agreement. And then there's a little bit of pushback because we were asking him about it at a bad time. It is with staff that are there on Saturdays now collecting, was that motion marked as in progress or?
If I may, what part of the admin report is this? Is this for Public Works, for the staffing on Saturday
Yes.
or, okay. So, Dawn, did you want to have John answer that or?
Speak to that.
Well, in terms of, well, I'll speak to with regards to, so then I don't know if I marked it as completed, because I did reach out and I got we don't have the staff. At this time, we weren't willing to enter into any agreements. I could follow up with Brian to see if anything's changed. And with regards to the staff, so now this, and I put this in I put it in the report to make sure you were aware, because the motion that came from previous council was that we would not deal with the gazebo washrooms on the weekends, only during the week. But what we did is, because we had complaints last year and again this year, and it's busy on the weekends, and now they have that enclosed area and there's birthday parties that people aren't paying for, but they're using the space and then they don't necessarily clean up after themselves, is we've adjusted our personnel. So we have one seasonal working a 5-hour shift on a Friday and then a 3-hour shift on a Saturday every weekend. So the idea is they come in late in the day on Saturday or early in the morning Sunday. We've agreed with late in the afternoon on Saturdays to try to catch some of it. So there's no overtime.
Councillor Morton?
Okay, so I have a couple concerns. One will be addressed later on in the pavilion ones. Yeah, that's where I was gonna address it, but so I'll be back to that one. The garbage cans, I'm unhappy with the garbage cans. And we are
And
not
right.
Public Works.
Mhm.
If they are emptying town garbage cans, but that place is staffed. It is a business. It is their responsibility to empty garbage cans. Why would we have somebody come in on a weekend to empty any garbage cans? For people who, when I work at the dental office and the garbage can is full, I empty the garbage can. Like, this is an arrangement that might work out for the summertime, but what's the plan for the winter? So it does not work, like it cannot continue this way. If you want to make arrangements for it now, but just to say that, are we going to all the businesses and empty all their garbage cans that are on their property?
Yeah, sorry, I should have clarified. So the intention is they do the gazebo and then they empty the town garbages. Which those aren't town ones, but they are on our list of ones to maintain. Yeah. But only July and August.
I think if I may, I think what I see is some conversation that started with Councillor Cobes and the question is maybe to Public Works is, so the shift that we're using seasonal employees is now, we're having them come on call, or there's a scheduled shift on Saturday and Sunday? And are they provisioned by labor standards, of course?
Sorry, I'd rather respond to
Okay.
this rather than
So-
Public Works.
And the optics too,
Yes.
because if we're having seasonal staff, if they're under 18 and they're not supervised, or there's a regular town employee, that might be a larger concern, but please go ahead.
So according to labor standards, we're fine within labor standard. We're not paying overtime. We're splitting a shift. You can work 6 days in a row and have 1 day off. It's within labor standards. If they can't work over 8 hours a day, and they have to have a minimum of a 3-hour call or 3-hour scheduled shift. So they're coming in 3 hours to the gazebo and drive around town and check to see if anything else is done. We adjusted the offer letters this year when we hired the seasonals to ensure that we had that flexibility in their schedule to adjust the shift. So they take turns working a Saturday for 3 hours because of to us, the operational demands. If we were coming in on Monday and there was garbage all over the park and the washrooms weren't cleaned and they were heavily used and there was 4 birthday parties, it was just not to our standards, and it took too much time on Monday then to going first thing, and we were getting some complaints. So we're well within the labor standards. Our CN girls are under 18 and they're working alone on Saturdays, so that's fine as well. I think we only have one Public Works that's under 18 anyways, but regardless of that, we have a check-in process when they're working alone with the on-call phones. So it's all done, but it was through me. That's why I'm saying I'd like to answer it, is because I'm the one that gave the direction and I'm the one that did the offer letter and requested that the work be done to ensure that operationally it was a need and we needed to respond to it.
Okay, and so if I may, I saw it on John's report, so
Yeah.
that's why I wanted to acknowledge that was probably Public Works.
Mhm.
And I took it that it was being focused to the gazebo area. So the optics that we're creating, if we're doing garbages on Saturday at the SO, and our motion is in progress and we haven't reached that agreement, I would like to follow up on that motion that we are clear to coming close to signing that agreement or making that agreement with the Joneses.
Well, it's in progress and I didn't mark it as complete, so I wouldn't lose sight of it, but they've said they will not sign an agreement at this time. That was their response. That was what I updated at a previous, and I can follow up again and say, where are we at with this? How are you with staff? Can we get this agreement signed? Because the other option is we bring it back to council if they're not willing to. Because one of the other options was that we remove them or move them onto SO property, and then it's entirely not ours. Was the other discussion at that council meeting, I believe.
Okay.
Sorry, sometimes I have to refresh my memory and go through my motions because we have a lot going on.
And I think this is good. We want to deliver good, high service levels, and we want to have efficient staff and making our town look beautiful all the time. And so then I think it warrants a further discussion or having that agreement in place, because the optics of having people work on Saturday just focused at the SO would be
But it's focused at the gazebo. It's focused at the park, but they have to work a minimum of 3 hours. Someone cannot come in, like I can schedule you for a 1-hour shift, but I have to pay you for 3. So I don't want them coming in, doing a quick clean of the bathrooms, check the garbages and go home. If they're working, and we're, taxpayers are paying it, then I want them working. So then they drive around, they check out the garbages that we're responsible for, which includes the SO. That is not by any means the priority. But we had one weekend where John ended up calling somebody in because there was garbage everywhere in front of the Centex and it was our garbage. So that was an after hours on call somebody in overtime, and it was extensive. So normally we would not do that, but it was and we had that conversation of whether we should have done that because it was the weekend and now it's overtime. So we did have that follow-up discussion, but honestly, with the pictures, it deemed it, like it really did. Typically, we don't want to do that. So this is the way during a busy season We now check all of our garbage cans and drive around, just check what are the needs of the municipality on a Saturday. And we're trialing it, but that's why I wanted the report, was I want to trial it over the summer to see if this improves and again, that gazebo is heavily used and with, yeah.
And again, I think the intention is to make it more efficient and deliver high levels of customer service. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Councillor Morton.
Thanks. I agree. I don't have an issue with it. The perception, by the way, is that you're playing SO. Just so everyone knows.
Good to know.
Yeah, because I got phone calls about it. About cleaning the SO. So and the people don't know, and that's fine. And I think it's a great idea. We don't want garbage all over it now. I don't have an issue with that. I have an issue with what are you going to do in the fall? Because we aren't going to, we won't have staff and we won't be able to continue on doing it. So how are we gonna fix that in the fall? And do I think somebody is gonna come in on call or overtime to clean the SO garbage cans, because they are open 24 hours a day? We gotta be able to come to some kind of agreement. It doesn't mean that they have to do it all the time, but there's got to be some give and take here that we can work together so that they are always empty. I'm sure they don't want garbage in front of their business or blowing all over their property either, right? So there's got to be some kind of an arrangement that we can come to that isn't costing taxpayers money to clean. Yeah, so, and I am going to ask Hank to stop muttering under your breath at me. I would really appreciate it. Cursing under your breath during a council meeting, little inappropriate at your age.
So go ahead, Dawn.
I was just gonna say, could I recommend that I follow up again with the owner of the ESO and then let him know that if we can't come to an agreement, I will have to bring it back to council for further direction?
Please do.
Working together.
Yeah, working with him, yes, yeah.
And I had Councillor McWajic next, sorry.
So the garbage cans, they're not on our property.
They are on our property. And the agreement was that the ESO, there was one summer where the ESO agreed to empty them on weekends and evenings when because we don't have staff then, but it was that one, it was only, the motion was made just for that season. So we went back asking for a formal agreement. Because they're partly theirs and partly ours, and it was in response to them having garbage on the ESO property is what I'm understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Crystal. You're the one that has more history, I think, but.
If I may, so I also received a couple of phone calls on Saturday. It was a town truck and it was at the ESO, and I think it is, I believe it's motion number 55 and it's in progress. And I think that's where we would go to first. And again, with the best intentions, but if they are town garbage cans, and our responsibility is that we were going to have the ESO staff do them on the weekends and we would service them during the week. But if we could follow up with that.
It wasn't the initial intention from what I see, but it was an agreement that we came to one summer. I want to say maybe during COVID even. So, but yes, I will follow up and then let them know that, can we please come to some sort of agreement? And if not, I'm going to have to bring it back to council to come up to,
Okay.
But I will work with him.
Thank you.
So,
kindly.
okay.
So would you like that in a motion or are we okay just to have it brought back in the action?
I do have a current motion, so if you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with that, you're right, motion 55. I'm kind of impressed there, 2024 is here and it's still in progress, so it is time for me to follow up again, so I will do so.
Everyone's okay with that?
And we'll ensure that we're not prioritizing that it's just one of the many garbage cans as well, so that those optics are, because it isn't just that. It wasn't even set up for that intention at all. It was actually set up purely for the park.
Okay. Thank you. If there's any more discussion on the admin reports, I'd look for a motion to accept as presented. Councillor Copes. Motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. To move on. Councillor Copes?
If I may, I'd like to make that motion right now that we discussed earlier about, and you were saying bring back the flag policy rather than the proclamation policy.
Yes, but if, the town spoke like bring back the flag policy with guidelines along flying the Canada flag and Métis flag.
Flag associated with proclamations.
Okay. So that town spoke like bring back the flag policy to include guidelines on flags during related to proclamations. Is that still not there?
Then, but Canada Day is not a proclamation, so
Proclamations and special events.
thank you. That would be it.
Okay,
So we've heard the motion. All in favor? Carried. For discussion, we are moving on to 7.1. Councillor Coates.
Sorry, it just disappeared on
Okay.
my computer. I hit the wrong button.
I also had it on my list, so
Okay, if you want to,
yeah, the topic is the community standards bylaw, but we are looking for the request for decision on the policy. Is that correct?
no, we're just accepting for information. So the motion was to update the community standards bylaw to remove the word spiteful. But the word spiteful was not in the community standards bylaw. So when I did some more research thinking maybe it was, so I double checked the policy that references bylaw enforcement and it was in there. I changed the word. I did not bring the policy back, but I can, if council would like me to. I didn't because I felt that it was, it didn't change the context. It was just a word replaced with another that continued with the same intention of the policy. Unless there's further direction from council. So it's just to accept accept that.
Terry?
I'll move the town of Smoke Lake accept for information the update on the community standards bylaw number 01-2024 and bylaw enforcement and response to citizen complaints policy A-22-2023.
Discussion? Councillor Coates?
so the change is 1.2, ongoing neighbor disputes resulting in so I'm not sure ongoing captures what.
Ongoing neighbors. So that it says that we will not respond to
Because we
ongoing
like-
neighbors disputes resulting in spiteful complaints will not be deemed valid. Oh, but I will just, let me double check that.
So the word, see, it would already
Oh.
said ongoing neighbor
It's
disputes,
for,
and then
wording.
the word, so this makes.
Well, no, it's ongoing neighbor disputes resulting in ongoing complaints. So if we continue to receive complaints from the same neighbors, that we will not get in the middle of it. It'll be referred back to the RCMP, that they should complain to the RCMP or elsewhere.
Councillor Makawaichik?
The only thing with that, if complaints are breaking a bylaw, how do we hand it off to somebody else? It has to be dealt with. The
Yes.
RCMP aren't gonna,
No.
I understand what we're saying, but
If it's getting into a harassment issue, like, I mean, I've seen some of these when I saw peace officers. I had situations where I had peace officers at the same two properties for every little minor complaint.
Yeah.
And it was hundreds of hours. It was excessive. So we implemented a policy that and this was already in our policy. I just changed the wording that and it's just that they may be deemed invalid. So then we would use our discretion that if the same person is complaining with the same neighbor or back and forth, that we may say, you know, it's a neighborhood dispute at that point. The challenge we have, I mean, and it's within our bylaws as well, that we may respond. We may choose not to respond based on our lack of enforcement staff. Right now, we have our 4 public works staff and then our seasonals assisting, but they can't do the enforcement. I have Tamara working on bylaws. I've got dozens of complaints coming in, 3 emails over 1 weekend regarding bylaw, 2 of which were already responded to and answered, but the individual doesn't like the answer. Without bylaw officers in place or more personnel in public works to deal with these and administration staff to do all the paperwork and chase it all down every time these same people are making complaints. We just don't have the staff to enforce it. We don't have, I'm the only bylaw officer. So that's the challenge I have, is if we had, because we have a motion in place to, and the county even agreed to it, but from what I'm understanding is they just don't have the personnel either. So I put it in the radar of the new CAO that this is one of the items that we have discussed in the past. And maybe even the potential, like if they needed more, then maybe we could still enter into an agreement to work with them. And because we were waiting on an agreement was the last motion, but it's been, again, they were waiting on staff. But I need those specific individuals to respond to these, and even then, like that would be on contracts. If we're paying a contracted bylaw officer $100 an hour, how many of these do we want to respond to? And I'm not saying disregard the complaints, we do try to check them, but again, when I'm getting 30 from one individual in a year, we could hire them to be our bylaw officer, like, but beyond that, like it's the capacity to do so, which is why it's written into our bylaw that we won't necessarily enforce all of them. Like I had one about the brush being too tall in the front yard, but there was a fence in front of it. And what's the difference between now trees behind that over 3 feet if there's also 10 trees in the front yard that are over 10 feet? It's not anymore. Like, so if it's not encroaching the sidewalk, it's kind of picking and choosing how we respond to these without the staff to do so.
So, if I may, what I'm hearing is that the discussion is focused on a budget item, a bylaw officer or the position, and it would be a budget item, and then staffing time and resources, and then the bylaw in it with incidents reports as well. So is that something that we would have an appetite as council to bring back to a future meeting to discuss the possibility of having a bylaw officer hired?
It's actually on my list again for the county, for our next town and county meeting, because we have a current motion. And then I have it on my budget list as well.
So, I just wanted to check in that we're okay with that, and then go ahead, Councillor Coates.
But just to get back to this policy, I couldn't find any other municipality that had something very specific like this.
Neither have I. This is something that was, from what I understand, was adopted by by the previous council, because they didn't want us issuing tickets to every resident for like they wanted a little more leniency to give people a chance to respond, which honestly does work 80% of the time. We reach out, we talk to them, and most places will get it done. The issue is, we give them usually 2 weeks verbally to respond, I believe. And then if they don't, then we write the letter. So now it's a few days to write the letter, because again, I have one person in the office help me write the letters, and she has other jobs as well. So it might take a day to get that letter out, or a couple days to get the pictures and letters out and reference the bylaw. And then we're erring on the side of leniency, where we're giving them 3 weeks to do it. And if they don't do it, then we give them the 48-hour notice that we're entering your lawn and we're doing this work, so we can legally go in, clear the land if we're mowing, and then put it on their taxes. So if this council wanted to change that process up, whether it's continuing this, changing this, eliminating this, and wants a more aggressive approach, but again, I also need we still can't respond to every single complaint and be able to, like, we do definitely, like, I have the crew, as you saw with the letters, we have 10 letters that have gone out in June, or 5 in June and 5 in July for enforcement. So we do drive around actively checking to see if there's grossly negligent lawns. We try to tackle those. We may miss some, we do, but we do make that effort but that's one item in community standards, right? So like, that's what but we can change our enforcement if this council chooses to do so. Right now, we're a small town. We do try to go to the resident and say, hey, your lawn's a little, the one we received from a council member last week, it was done, I think, the next day, with one phone call, right? And then there's others that we've sent letters that we are mowing probably today. So, or in the beginning of this week, so.
Councillor McWaiter?
Yeah, I think we have to bring back that 2 weeks, 2-3 days for a letter, and then 3 weeks. That's too long. We have to bring that back.
This policy back?
whatever that states that we're giving them 3 weeks to respond after a letter.
No, that's not actually, I did not find that in a bylaw, so I would just need to, we have to give them reasonable notice. I believe 2 weeks would be adequate. We can't,
First 2 weeks.
yeah, if we didn't have this policy, we could issue a letter. I just need to double check what we legally can do to ensure that we're following the right processes when it comes, because we're putting the money on their taxes. Right, so we need to make, so I can double check.
Yeah,
what
like we have to
we
shorten
can do.
that up, because if it's 2 weeks and then 3 weeks, that's that's a month and a half.
Yeah.
That's,
It's at least 5 weeks if they don't comply before we're
yeah,
mowing.
we have to go right.
And that's
to-
based on this policy.
We have to
leniency.
shorten that up.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I thought you didn't have yours.
I did, I thought you.
Yeah, all three of us did.
I was just gonna say I have a little bit of deja vu. Terry, we have done this policy. I agree. I think it should be shorter. I'm happy. So I think we should just bring it back.
So we have a motion on the floor at this time, and then we will make a subsequent motion. As long as it's not overstepping to operational, I think we're all okay with that. So at this time, if there's no more discussion,
Sorry, can I just, what's the motion?
checking the room, the motion is on page 34 to accept for information.
Would you like to, I could encourage that you could do a friendly amendment and to bring back the policy A-22-2023
Okay, I'll add that.
for the next council meeting,
Sure.
and then we can get direction there, or I can bring back some, or we could.
So for clarity, do you want to restate the motion, please?
I'll move that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information in the update on the community standards bylaw number 01-2024 and bylaw enforcement and response to citizen complaints policy A-22-2023 and bring back policy A-22-2023 to the future council meeting for discussion.
All in favor? Carried. Moving on to 7.2. Councillor Coves?
Yes, I'm sorry, I just wanted to just take a few minutes, instead of just accepting it for information, is just for clarification, because this is great information, and I'm really happy to see this, and I'd really like to continue getting this information, but we have to pay for it in order to get it in the future.
I'm just gonna double check with Crystal, yes,
So is that something that needs to be budgeted for, like pass a motion to once a year get this updated information? Because
it's in the budget for this year, but ongoing. Yeah, it's not currently in the budget, because there was 2 ways to do it. We could request the report and then we have to pay for it, or we could implement or install some monitoring, which would cost more. So again, you could accept and then, request that amendment include the cost for an annual report in the annual budget.
okay, that's
And
the
that-
motion that I would actually like to make, because I don't think we need to have this on a pay so much money to have it on a monthly or anything like
Yeah.
that. But at the same time, I really would like to monitor this, because if I don't want to suddenly start finding out a couple of years from now that we're losing money on it, because
The annual.
So
it's just a monitoring of it.
if I may, before you go ahead, so would you like to make the motion and then we'll have a wider discussion on that?
Okay, so, sorry,
That's okay. No need to
Good
go on.
practice, that town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the level 3 electric vehicle charging station net revenue in the approximate amount of $2,602.26 from April 2023 to June 2024, and request that admin add an annual report
At the
for
cost.
consideration at our budget meeting. Is that how you want to
Bring back for future council.
bring back to, okay, and bring
In
back
the
to
budget,
future
yes.
consideration for the budget
For
meeting?
annual budgets.
Discussion? Councillor Makalachik?
So just for clarity, when we state level 3 charger, that's the fast charger that they pay for. So just for clarity for us and maybe we could put fast charge level 3 or something, because people, when they read level 3, they don't know which one it is. That's my take.
I agree, and even maybe just include the location, so there's no confusion.
Basically an amendment to the motion, is that what we're suggesting? That clarify fast charge and the location in the actual motion?
Bring back when we bring it back for the budget thing.
Oh, for the budget, okay.
At that time.
Any more discussion? Calling the question to the motion, all in favor? Carried. Moving to 7.3. Clubs and organization lease agreements. I would like to. Sorry. I don't like that software. 7 point. Is that 7.3 or?
Yeah.
Okay,
30.
so communication application. So I had that on mine, and I think I'm the only one. Okay, so I'll start with the motion and then we can go into discussion. I would like to go ahead, Mel.
I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the update on the communication application and include in the 2025 operating budget for discussion.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Go ahead.
I think it's a good idea to bring back for the budget and maybe see what it's, where we're at. I like the idea. I wish it had become a regional thing, so I don't know, that's why I picked the recommendation to go with, just because on our own, it's a little expensive, and I wish it would be more effective if it was regional.
Counselor Hopes.
I too am disappointed by that because I think it's great. So, but I still think that we need it, especially because we've had that incident at the gas station. There's just been too many incidents, so I do believe we need it. So I'm definitely for it. And I actually also think that the others might get on board once this is in place. But we'll wait, we'll see.
Okay. And one area of discussion for admin, has there been any communities that have had success with it that's been reported or any data collected?
I used it in Athabasca County. We used Voyant Alert. Village of Boyle did it on their own with Alertable, and they still use it. We found, and I think I put that in my report, the benefits are it's a good way to get information out quickly to the residents. The disadvantage is they have to sign up. So if they don't sign up, it's not useful. So we want to definitely do some, but they're still using it. So to me, that's if they're still paying for it annually and you know, so.
Councilor Mokawitcha?
Do they have any data for percentage of residents using it versus?
I could reach out and find
But you know
it.
what I mean? How many-
It's- Yeah, I can double check with if we're, and I put Voyant Alert as the choice because it was the lower cost, but that doesn't mean we'd have to go with that one. But I could also reach out with the contact there and say, can you tell me, do you have any of these statistics? And get her to refer me to some others so I can bring that back so that when I bring it at budget, you have good information to make a decision on.
Okay, Councilor Coates?
This got started because I was reading the viability report for the town of Manning, and they had it, and I brought it forward, and then that's when we learned that our CAO had brought it to a CAO, regional CAO meeting, and everyone poo-pooed it, and we said, no, let's bring it. So that's where, so town of Manning is another one, and that's how it got started.
Thank you for that. And so this is not to confirm, this is not to get into a term, this is just to have it at our budget meeting.
Budget discussion.
Okay, so I'm gonna call the question, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Moving on to 7.4, club and organization lease agreements. So Dawn, go ahead.
I can clarify that you're correct. So for those online, in reference to the email from Councillor Copes questioning about requesting to include the lease agreements, there is nothing in the lease agreements requiring them to bring forward financial statements. As we move forward with lease agreements with service groups, we can definitely make note to, or we can make a motion that future lease agreements, that we include that as part of the agreement. There, I can also tell you that I've been in a situation before where societies did not want to provide financial statements, and I believe you can typically get them through Alberta registries, but there is a fee. So I don't know how firmly you feel about that. I can also tell you that part of the feedback we heard was they wanted to know why. Right? It wasn't just a no, it was more of a, but why did they want it? I'm not willing to provide it because I don't know why they want it.
So I'd like to put the motion on the floor and then have the discussion, if you'd like to do that, Councillor Morton.
But I can do it. The town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the update by administration regarding the lease agreements for the Kinsman Lions Club and the Smoky Lake Museum, and administration bring forward the lease agreements when they become available to be presented to council in reference to motion number 117-2024.
I'm sorry.
Discussion?
I'm sorry, I apologize, I did not catch this. It should be in reference to the financial statements, not lease agreements.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I need to change my motion to. Well, I'm accepting the information on the leases now as well.
Right, yes.
Because they are here.
But it was about
Yeah,
financial statements.
and
sorry.
bring forward the financial statements when they become available. And to be presented to council in reference to motion. So instead of saying board the lease agreements, it'd be board the financial statements.
So discussion? Councillor Copes?
And thank you. That's what struck me as soon as I read it, that 3 pushed back against it, whereas others had absolutely no problem with it. So then this is one I got you that it wasn't included in it. Where's the museum? We don't have one.
We don't have one.
So
I've asked,
So there's another great thing that we just ended up.
well, I've asked Ron, because he said there is one, it's according to, I believe it's to Carol, that there is supposed to be one, a very long one, maybe, I don't remember, I want to say it's a 50-year lease, maybe it's 25 in place, but I don't have a copy of it. We've looked in various names, so I've asked for a copy of that. I have not received it yet, so we do not have one that I can find. It doesn't mean we don't have it. I cannot find one here for the museum, but it sounds like, according to them, they have one, so I've asked for it. And it's also, because what I understand with the museum is it belongs to them, not us. It's a different one, right? So
my understanding is the land and the building are the towns, but they are the society that works as a working group for the museum for fundraising and does the casinos and everything.
And
So
see,
they
I-
operate as-
and I've been told it's theirs. So that's where I'm not clear.
Councillor
Maybe we
Morton?
insure it.
It's definitely ours, because you
Okay.
wouldn't be able to have your solar hooked to it
Right.
if it wasn't a town-owned building.
Yeah.
So it is 100% a town-owned building, because that is where our solar comes in. So it for sure is a
Okay.
town-owned building. So if there's any requests that they need things in kind or financial help from the town, which they clearly get by being our building, is another reason why you should supply it. It isn't for anything negative. Nobody's trying to shut anybody down. It is for information and proper, like, just to do proper procedures. That's all. I don't think anybody has any negative
So
implications by it at all.
And if I may, at this time, I want to offer 2 areas for the discussion. I took it, when I was preparing, I took it that at the last meeting, I had asked during the naming policy if we had an agreement with the Canets or the farmer with the corn maze. And I didn't see that. I did not make a motion and I didn't see that being brought forward. So I thought, oh, it's a miscommunication. We met Canets, not Kinsman. So my apologies for that. I was hoping that we could have an agreement to understand better with what is happening at the corn maze, and I can subsequently make another motion after that. But based on the discussion that we're having, I feel that there's a need with the museum. If we're giving an opportunity to speak to them or have a verbal or a discussion for tracking and that data collection, there's nothing, I recommend something written to the executive, not just to Ron. But would there be an opportunity as council to have that as one of our volunteer committees? So come October at the organizational meeting, there is a council representation on their board and build the partnerships, work collaboratively, have some basic understanding of what they're doing. Because at some point, that could maybe benefit or bring added value to this council. And I can go ahead and put a motion out there and you can vote for it or against it, and then we will move on. Is there any more topics of discussion for this motion? I'd like to call the question at this time. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. I'd like to make a motion that the Smoky Lake Museum is added to our organizational meeting in October for the volunteer committees, that we would have council representation on their board.
Sorry, don't. You see it, okay.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carried. Any opposed? Moving on. 7.5, chip seal asphalt repair. Who wants to take that?
And it's your fault.
So we'll look at the recommendation on page 43. And would you like-
We need a potato. We gotta pass the potato around.
Well, we'll toss it in his words. First, make the motion first. Table.
No, we don't need that.
So, the motions are on page 43. Councillor Makoveychik, you have some options.
That's right.
Just grab a seat by the fire, you're done.
Ready?
I believe maybe John wants to speak to this.
Let's
Oh,
take the
okay.
motion first.
Well, I'll move that the town of Smoke Lake complete a chip seal repair of 150 meters on road, of the road on West Railway Drive.
Discussion?
Did you wanna start or you have?
Go ahead.
Okay, so. We need some repair on, I'm assuming the section for West Railway Drive is, which section are you, the 150 meters are you thinking? I should start with that before I
Yeah.
continue on.
My idea was from the, from Highway 28 by the hospital. We could start there and then do 150 meters south on West Railway Drive.
I got Councillor Makoveychik and then Councillor Morton, please.
When I first brought this forward, my intention was to use this instead of tarring the cracks. And I think we've gone to a different, you're talking the whole road from ditch to ditch like that with like what they did on 855, correct or not?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, so my intention was that we're crack filling with this gook, or whatever you call it, every year, and it's not helping. That we spray in the rock like they do, see, that's where, like, how they do the patching for cracks on the highway, not a chip seal of the entire road.
Can I just add?
Yeah, go ahead.
something
Yeah,
first?
go ahead.
Two things. One, to answer yours, John came back with research that wasn't, like, I'm sure you brought, was it you or Billy? Somebody brought back that it wasn't really, like, those cracks in the highway are a lot larger than it doesn't replace crack filling. Like in a town, not the small ones. The chip seal fills in the big one, the rocks have to fit in there. Second of all, my only other comment was, I don't have an issue with the West Railway Drive 150, but just check with the province is responsible for a certain distance into your, just to make sure we're not paving for them. That would be, yeah, we don't want to pay for that.
And it'd be 100 times better if we had some pictures.
Sure.
Cause now we rattle off these 150 meters of West Railway Drive, I'd like to see exactly why circles, stuff like that. And when it comes to pictures, we received a picture over the weekend in regards to some lots. Just get it more zoomed in, we didn't need everything to the right, more concentrated on what we were looking at. Sorry.
Different matter, but.
But just same pictures.
Thank you for that, Councillor Morton.
Okay, and that being said, with agreeing with the 150, I'm actually in favor of the recommendation and putting the money back into just doing road replacement. So sorry, Carrie, on that. Just for this year, like, let's just put it back in the budget and deal with it. It's already the middle of July. And we haven't crack filled yet, because it's 36 degrees outside.
We'll be starting tomorrow.
Good job.
It's supposed to be only 28, so good.
They'll be starting early.
So I am in favor of the recommendation versus the option, and that's just because of the time of the year, and let's reevaluate it and see what the worst places are. I don't know if we should just put it down on what's very red, west.
So I guess if we call the question, you can vote accordingly. And any more discussion? Councillor Makawachik?
So in that option of doing the 150 meters, is it gonna cost us 35,000?
That's what the budget allows.
I know, is the 150 meters going to cost us 35,000?
That's what I was told by the business we reached out to. That's the amount of road we could get done with that available budget.
Okay, well then I'll withdraw my motion and.
Well, no, I don't want you.
Oh, sorry.
I don't want
Okay,
you to
no,
withdraw.
Yeah, no, sorry, go ahead.
Vote
Yeah,
on
it's on the table.
So your motion to recap was that the town of Smoky Lake complete it's the options one, right?
Yeah, that's
So I'm gonna call the question at this time. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is not carried. I'm looking for a second motion or subsequent motion. Councillor Copes, would you like to make a motion at this time? House, Councillor Makawachik?
I'll move that town of Smoke Lake not pursue the chip seal project on any town roads for the year 2024 previously approved in the 2024 capital budget, and administration remove the chip seal project from the 2024 capital budget in the amount of $35,000, and have Public Works investigate a better way of doing crack filling on town streets.
Discussion? Seeing and hearing no discussion, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. Okay. 7.6, the walking trail improvements on lands legally recognized. I have Councillor Copes as for the consent.
So the reason why, oh, sorry, hold on.
Yep, I'd like the motion first and then.
Yep, I'm getting practiced at it. And I'm gonna change a word in it, that town of Smoky Lake deny, singular, the Heritage Board, comma, as requested improvements on lands legally recognized as Northwest 28-59 17 and Northeast 28 59 17 4 to be completed by Public Works.
Discussion?
So what I wanted to bring forward, and I wanted to ask this question, is it says that the Heritage Board was pursuing a grant. So were they doing that on their own? That wasn't being done through our office here, like through Alberta?
And if I may, at the last paragraph, page 45, they did not, they were not granted the dollars to do this project.
Yes, which is why we're, if I may,
Mhm,
if I
go
may,
ahead,
Madam
go
Chair,
ahead.
continue on. Thank you, because that's what it, so, but there's, from what I understand, that there's a lot of walking trails out there. We can get money for this from a grant. So is this something that we should be pursuing with Alberta Council? Because I've been told repeatedly that the rec fee in this community started originally because the money was going to be used towards a walking trail.
Go ahead,
So
Dawn.
this is.
I think that if we wanted to take a lead in this, even if we're continuing to work with Heritage Board, I think this is a very significant project and we take a step back and maybe, because I'm concerned, are we dealing with wetlands? Do we know what the ground's like out there? I've heard it's quite marshy. How are we gonna maintain it? How are we, I think it's a bigger project, so I think it would be a good one to, if we wanna pursue this, to include this in the budget discussions, and then we can do a little homework on, okay, if we wanted to get a study and do, kind of like we're talking about with the, staging area, right? Have a study done so we know what we're doing, not just decide, let's build a trail, but actually have a plan in place and make sure we know what we're getting into with it. And then I also like to comment that one other thought, as you were saying that I thought of is, so with our partnership with Métis, with M&A, with the solar projects, the 15% of the net profit goes to community development. And in my mind, and I would like to bring a policy back once I have an idea of what that's gonna look like, which I should know soon, because we should have the first 6 months in the near future. That we could keep that in mind on how we're using those funds, right? So, but that would be my recommendation, is if we want to do this and, and even continue to work with them, but if we want to do this, is we add this to the budget discussions. Because I think it's, the estimate I believe that they received to just do the work was about 40,000, and that didn't include any studies, like let's check the geotechnical, those kinds of things. So, and again,
Yeah, thank you. And that's a very valid point. Thank you for bringing that up. Go ahead. No?
I would, some of the same points that Dawn had. It's not that I'm opposed to this. I think it's a good idea. The land is quite marshy, so. And you know what? I also agree with Edmund. I think we should apply for some grants. Our walking trails in town need a ton of work. It would be nice to have beautiful in-town walking trails that are a little easier to maintain. Because we have the equipment to do it. But this is something new that we don't really have the needs at the moment.
Agreed. Councillor Coates?
Just for clarification, I think we confused two different walking trails as well too. This is the one that Noreen Easterbrook approached us about, that was down in the swamplands and so on. And then I made a little comment about walking trails, which is the ones that you're now referring to, the ones that are up here as well too. So just, sorry, clearly there's a bigger discussion.
trails in general.
So if anything, yes, I think that warrants a future conversation, because yes, as much as this is a good idea, we approved the motion and the grant has been denied. I would actually like instead to pursue the trails that we already have in place that need fixing when it comes to our discussion about this particular grants, and also probably, and again, before we apply for grants, we have to have a plan in place. So thank you. That's
Any more discussion? I'd like to call the question at this time. For the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Moving on to 7.7, the permanent residence data for the town of Smoky Lake. Councillor Morton.
Make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the update provided by administration in regards to the number of residents being processed through the permanent Canadian residency within the Smoky Lake region in reference to motion 261-2024.
Discussion. I have that on my consent agenda, and I also think that this is, thank you for administration doing the work to this. It's hard to use the number from 2022, and given that the war is still taking place in Ukraine, I think there's an opportunity to capture that data, and could it be referred to the Ukrainian Twinning Committee, or is it in preparation if that rural renewal stream is approved? Would we need that data, or is it a social or cultural agency?
I don't think we need the data for the rural renewal. It's just, yeah.
Okay. So that's all I had for discussion, and thank you for admin to prepare this document. Go ahead, Councillor Makowicz.
I would just like to know where this data came from.
Statistics Canada.
The page 49, the last
I
paragraph.
like 51.
On
The last paragraph under the background.
the tables came from StatsCan, but 2022.
Oh, it says on 49.
Yeah, page 49, the second last paragraph
Okay.
and the third last paragraph. None opposed. So. 7.8 we deferred or deleted. So moving on to new business. Carrie,
I made the last one.
it was in the consent, oh, sorry,
One with the,
we deleted from the agenda.
I made
no, no,
7.7.
permanent Canadian residency. That was you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
It's your turn.
So 8.1, food vouchers, Heritage Day Parade. Page 54. Dawn, do you want me to get a motion first, or do you want to?
It's up to you. I just wanted to make a comment if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I just thought I'd bring forward that instead of bringing this back every year, if we wanted to make a motion that was a standing motion was what I was trying to get across. But whether or not you want it, I mean, we've been $5 for many years, whether we want to change that, and if we're okay with including if an organization such as this year, the Drop-In Center wants to do a fundraiser where they get a full meal for that $5 rather than $5 towards something, if we're okay accepting that.
Not full meal, just the hot dogs.
Hot dogs and pop.
Yeah.
Hot dog and pop. But yeah, well, but
Yeah.
that was the argument, right? You could come here and you could, instead of getting $5, which is 1/4 of it, whatever, you know, you get that was the, and it's a fundraiser, if we're okay with that, so. And whether or not you were okay with that standing motion, that we're just gonna do this every year, or if you want it brought back in.
If I may, before we put the motion on the table, this speaks to some clarity and so historically, the parade was always done by the chamber, and now for the last couple of years, maybe the town has had a more active role. And am I to assume that now the town is doing it without the partnership of the chamber?
That was
or-
the motion last year, council,
Okay.
yes.
So then we are positioning ourselves for years to come that the town will be running the parade?
It is now ours. That was the motion last year. There was a request, I believe it was a request from the chamber for us to accept it and take it over, and then we had a motion of council to support that. So we are now in charge of the parade.
Okay.
They still help us, but it's ours now.
And
We were doing most of it before, apparently. We did a lot of work prior to that, is what I understood, but
okay, so at this point, I will be looking to make a subsequent motion after the one that we have under the recommendations. So, would anyone like to put that motion on the floor at this time? That motion? A motion? Sorry.
Sorry?
Potato.
Okay, here's my question, or I'll make the motion first. Do we want to make it a standing one in this motion that the town of Smoky Lake yearly contribute monetary funds for a food voucher in the amount of $5 be provided to each participant in the Smoky Lake Heritage Days Parade held on August long weekend to purchase food and beverages at local businesses or fundraisers held at the Drop-In Center in Smoky Lake, and that administration reimburse the participating businesses who collect the voucher.
Discussion? Tie goes to Terry.
So if this is a budgeted amount under $5,000, why do we have to?
well, that's because we've done it previously. I thought, that was why I thought, let's bring it forward and make it clear that we're just gonna do this every year unless you tell us to stop. Because why are we bringing forward an amount of
$505.
$550, right? So that was exactly because, but I'm bringing it just because we always have before, but I don't want to. I want
Yeah,
to say,
and that's why.
maybe so
that's
we
what
can
I
just
was-
keep
I was
budgeting and
getting
not
in here.
bother council with something.
How much is it costing us? $500?
On page 55, there's a breakdown from
Yeah.
260.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to.
Yeah, and that was
Why are we
one.
wasting our time, okay,
That
thank
was
you.
exactly what my thought was. It's
Perfect.
silly, but I will
It's-
here.
Still on discussion, Counselor Coates?
So what, I agree. Thank you, Terry. But you are now introducing the idea of where it's not businesses, but instead we make it exclusive to.
No, I wanted local, so our thought was, we've reached out to all the businesses because we want to be prepared, it's coming up quickly. So we've already reached out to businesses to find out, what we do is we call them and say, are you interested in taking part? This is how it works. You get a voucher, we pay you. We were approached by a nonprofit group, so the Drop-In Center, to say, we'd like to do a fundraiser that day and we'd like you to consider us for your vouchers. So we would say local businesses, so we'd list all the businesses, including this year, the Drop-In Center. If it was the Ukrainian Hall came forward next year or something, or even this year, if you say, I wanted you to recognize that if we do this, that you're okay with that. So nonprofit groups or businesses, maybe it should be reworded that way, that, and we would just use our discretion and allow it if it became an annual thing rather than. Okay. Try to simplify it.
Counselor Coates?
So I actually really do like that idea that you listed. If you have received a positive response from all these businesses that they want to continue participating in it. I'm not sure, Serban Farms has their ice cream. There's $5 there as well too, I know technically, but.
Do we want to go outside of town or?
Well, this is why I find that,
We need to go to more.
you say no, I'm thinking ice cream, $5.
We got ice cream in town, paying business taxes.
Okay,
paying
any
for
more?
our salaries, saying our employees.
There's a lot of people here.
Let's talk about food. We had chips, now we have ice cream. So any more discussion? Call the question on the motion, all in favor? Motion carried. I would like to make a motion at this time that the, similar to the museum one, I move that the town of Smoky Lake considers putting the Heritage Day Parade Committee to the October organizational meeting for volunteer committees, so that a counselor or a number of counselors or all council is appointed in some capacity to volunteer. Discussion?
Is there a Heritage Day committee?
We have an admin committee that just takes care of all the details.
What, do we need to have our counselor knows who's in that?
Okay, if I may.
Yeah, that's it, no, it's a legit question, I wanna.
So and I'd like for admin's guidance at this point, I don't want to go into the weeds, but our admin has worked very hard to create an email and Carly to say, are we participating in the parades, and not everyone has emailed back. So I don't know that it's the role of admin to organize council, or if council or the mayor, who is taking the lead on this. So I just want some direction so that we're clearly organized. I have Councillor Morton first and then.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were proposing. I thought you meant to plan like our parade and to do like the registration, like getting down and dirty into ours. So sorry, that I misunderstood what I'm okay with that.
And you know what, we can discuss it further. I think we can discuss it further in October, but someone's gotta do the work. And we're putting a lot on our admin, so Councillor Coates, you're next.
I kind of like where you're going with this, and like, because it hasn't worked for us in 3 years, so clearly we need to sit down and have a discussion about it, because it's not working, and I agree, I don't like the fact that Dawn is the one that's trying to corral us for our volunteer work. It's also because it's not your responsibility, it actually is up to us to organize ourselves, and you've taken that on and you shouldn't. This is not the CAO's job to do this for us. Also want to have a greater discussion, should we, because based on my experience recently in Lamont and what people were yelling out at the truck and what they were saying and so forth, I actually would like to have a discussion about that. We actually do participate in parades, but not in the Smoky Lake region. but even potentially, and I'm gonna say this now, potentially withdraw from Wasetna and Vilna, because they are in our community, but actually go out because of the tourism opportunities, because of what I saw in Lamont. So I say this now, this is not the time for discussion, but yes, I do actually think I'm,
Respectfully, so, yeah.
yeah, where you're heading, yes, I think we need to sit down and have a discussion and.
When you say people were yelling at you, it wasn't because you're driving.
There we
It
go.
was because we were behind the horses.
No, but positively, they were a welcoming town of Smoky Lake, and we saw what others did as a way of promoting Smoky Lake.
And it's
So that's why I went, you know what?
a lot of work, and
I think we need to
admin-
rethink this. I think it was.
The admin is not solely responsible for that. I think if we had some volunteer input, so it's a choice. We can come back to that. Go ahead, Dawn.
Thank you. I did recognize that previous conversations around the Heritage Days Parade and wondered if we should bring that forward next year. Actually, I think I made that comment that we should bring it forward to see if council wants input on theme and so we did, in response to some feedback, invite a second marshal. So, and also, yes, and then I think we also had conversations around, well, we're talking about OB later, but we were on that one, but.
Okay.
But
Thank you so much.
so it's good we were all on the same page.
I do have, thank you again.
Yeah.
And I do have a motion on the floor. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. Anyone would like to have a recess for a few minutes? Is there something more or just the recess? And Councillor Copes?
I would like a 5-minute recess.
Okay, we are going to recess at 2:27 for a quick 5-minute. So,
56. It's Terry.
welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 2:34. And we are on new business 8.5. 8. Pardon me. 8.2 Alberta Munis Convention and Trade Show.
8.5 was better.
Checking who is going to speak to that. You, Councillor Morton.
Sorry, the only reason, we could go ahead and make a motion if you want, Evelyn. The reason I pulled it out though was just because of the motion number 2.
Yeah, we need direction on that one or we can do it.
Exactly.
Okay. So who has that motion? Councillor Coates.
Okay, so it's motion, that's what, all right. So I'll make the first motion that Town of Smoky Lake approve the 2024 Alberta Municipalities Convention and Trade Show held on September 25th to 27th, 2024 in Red Deer, Alberta as a council approved event. And those who wish to attend notify administration before the early bird deadline of August 16th, 2024.
Discussion? Go ahead.
I have a mouthful of granola bar. That one does not include the pre-convention, so I just want to be clear on that. So if you want that, then option number 1 includes the pre-convention. So if you want to amend that to include that or not, I just want to make sure you knew that.
So the session, do you want included?
So
Motion.
I'll amend my motion to include pre-convention.
Yes.
Is that okay?
If that's what your intention
Okay,
was,
So then
because we normally do, so I wanted to be clear.
to confirm then, you're doing motion number 1 on option number 1.
Mhm.
Confirmed? Councillor Coates?
Yes.
Discussion? Seeing and hearing none, call the question. All right, sorry.
I'm sorry, but I would like to go into closed session, citing personal privacy, section 17.
Do we have a motion on the table first?
I did, I just made it.
Yeah, so should we go into closed session?
So now we have 3 openings.
Oh, okay, then I did it wrong. How do
Yeah.
I, sorry, Terry, I should have asked
Yeah.
probably how to do it first. Do we have to,
So admin,
We have to vote on the current motion.
so before Evelyn's
Or you could
motion,
or you could rescind the motion,
There was no motion made yet, we can.
withdraw the motion.
I
okay.
And then make a
that's it.
different motion.
I made the motion because I thought we were gonna have discussion and I wanted to carry that discussion into closed session.
We can do that. You can
Yeah.
have a motion and then I made a motion to go to closed session for discussion.
And that's
You
why I
can do
did
that,
it,
yes.
so that on camera,
Yeah.
everyone sees the motion, but
Yeah.
then I'm saying there's section 17 personal privacy.
So that's what section 17 is, personal
Yes.
privacy.
Harmful to,
And I just, and is this your 14 point?
no,
Okay, hey, I just was clarifying that.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to.
You're essentially tabling the other motion to go into close to come back to the other motion.
Yeah, and so we will table. Motion under number 1. And go into closed session at 2:38 with admin, the board council,
Just
yeah.
Wonderful.
all in favor? Carries. Motion to come out of closed session at 2:51.
I'll move to come out of closed session.
Thank you, Councilor McWade. All in favor? Carried. So we have a tabled motion on 8.2. Any more discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. So the next item for our consent agenda is 8.2, Mel Morton.
Sorry, I just wanted to, there was a motion to,
Oh.
so did you guys just want to file that for information? It's about request meetings
Minister,
with
yeah.
ministers and at this time, we don't know what ministers are available. So should we just this year just,
I think, so based on the discussion at the workshop, we didn't have any priorities set and we didn't want to be in front of Minister MacGyver. So at this time, we were not going to pursue any meetings with the ministers.
So we don't need any motion.
Okay, and the fact that we didn't have any confirmation, admin has not had any confirmation of which ministers would be attending. And it seems kind of difficult to decide, right? So based on that, are we okay to move on to 8.2? And that would be 8.3, Councillor.
8.4.
I have else written down, sorry. So that was 8.2 and 8.4.
Because we didn't do the 8.3, right?
8.3 is part of the consent agenda already approved, yes.
So 8.4 is I'll go ahead and the student station.
yes.
Okay, so one.
thank you. I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake send letters to Smoky Lake Heritage Board to Smoky Lake Museum. Initiating discussion and interest on possible collaboration with the operation of the CN station for the purpose of preserving and maintaining historical items at CN train station building in reference to the discussion had from the council workshop on July 9th, 2024.
Discussion? So my only discussion, and I had it on my consent agenda, is I don't want to lose track of the business development of the development of a business plan. So can we put a specific timeline that we want to have them hear back from? If not, we're going to have to figure out what the town needs to do to move this forward, right?
Yes.
So Dawn?
So we'll reach out immediately following this and then with a letter and then reach out verbally if we need to and then bring it back. I mean, it may not be, depending on holidays and stuff. We basically have 2 weeks to get it on the next agenda. So I would say by the September meeting, I've also made notes I was just writing it down in my budget notes for the fall to not lose sight of the idea of the museum staffing business. Started looking into grants. So I do have that identified there as well. So we don't lose sight of it. So we'll bring back a follow-up to this motion regardless, and then we can take those next steps. Does that work?
That works.
Okay.
I think so for myself. And so then call the question for the motion. No, that's already done, sorry. Moving on then to.
Sorry, you didn't call the question.
Oh.
No, I led you straight there.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you, Tuvian. 8.5 on the public auction. I'm looking for a motion at this time. Councillor Makowiczek.
The town of Smoky Lake proceed with the 2024 public auction for the following listed properties held on Monday, October 21st and October 21st, 2024 at 2 p.m. at the Smoky Lake Town Council Chambers located at 56 Wheatland Avenue, Smoky Lake, Alberta. Listed roll number 14064, Plan 803, CL Block 4, Lot P1-P2, roll number 1. 3 zeros or 4 zeros? 3 zeros, 117, Plan 803, CL Block 7, Lot 12, PT13, roll number 84062, Plan 872, NY, Block 11, Lot 2. Further to that, Town of Smoky Lake approve the presented terms and condition of sales for the 2024 public auction and approve all tax recovery costs to be added to the relevant rolls as pursuant to 5531F of the MGA.
You've all heard the motion, so any discussion? Councillor Copes?
I'm the one that did that. Can we please see on the screen what these, I'm not comfortable passing this without seeing what these roll numbers are.
I think it's right now.
I feel like we need to go into close to it because we.
And I heard that because I'm not comfortable with any of us doing this without actually specifically knowing what the property is.
Okay, so do we know the FOIP? If we were to go into county, do we know what FOIP would be?
I would say it would be the privacy, personal privacy. 17.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session, under FOIP section 17.
2:57 p.m. All in favor? Motion carried. So at 3:06, I look for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Makowiczek, all in favor, or Councillor Makowiczek moves. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. We have a motion on the floor, so at this time, no further discussion. I'd like to call the question on 8.5. All in favor? Motion carried. Was there any opposed? Okay, sorry, motion carried. So moving on to a 8.6.
Sorry, we were going to go into close at 3 o'clock for 14,
Thank you.
2 through
Thank
7.
you. Thank you, Dawn. Sorry, I forgot. I'll just mark that we're breaking at 8.6. And motion to go back into camera at 3:07 from Councilor Makowiczek.
I'll move to go into closed session for lost it for the
14.1 through 14.7 for FOIP section 16, disclosure harmful to business interest of a third party. 14.8 funding agreement, FOIP section 27, legal privilege.
Sorry, I think we're gonna wait because those don't impact the staffing yet. We have 2 more in camera at the regular.
Sorry, just 14.7.
Yeah.
1.7.
That's okay, sorry. You're Councilor Makowiczek? Finish that up. Or-
sounds good, yep, for section 14.1 to 14.7.
Sorry, Chico. All in favor? Motion carried. So I'd like a motion to conduct closed session at 4:18 p.m. Councilor Makowiczek has the motion. All in favor? Motion carried. Sorry.
No, didn't you? You said motion carried. I'm like, you didn't even look at me.
I felt your hand going through. Councilor Morton.
I'd like to make a motion in regards to 14.2 to
Who made the motion?
Carrie.
Terry?
Okay. And
For.
418. Okay, and I'll make a motion 14.2 that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of the following lots located in Cullo Creek subdivision in town of Smoky Lake, which are legally recognized as plan number 0721842, block 6, lot 17, plan number 0721842, block 6, lot 19, plan number 072184, block 6, lot 20, to 815213 Alberta Limited for a price of $45,000. Okay, and
All in favor? Motion carries.
If I could make a motion for 14.3 that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lots located in Smoky Lake, legally recognized plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 13, plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 14, to 1557293 Alberta Limited for the price of $30,000.
We've both heard the motion now. All in favor? Motion carried.
14.4, I'd like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lot located in Smoky Lake, legally recognized plan number 0721842, block 6, lot 15, to Robert and Nicole Cousins for the price of $15,000.
All in favor? Motion carried.
14.5. Motion that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lot located in the town of Smoky Lake, legally recognized plan number 0721842, block 6, lot 21, to Calvin and Bonnie Sadway at the price of $15,000.
All in favor? Motion carried.
14.6, I'd like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lot located in the town of Smoky Lake, legally recognized as plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 15, to Larry and Lori Danilick for the price of $15,000.
All in favor? Motion carried.
This one has a few motions. So
Okay.
start with, rescind this motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to rescind motion number 127-2024 that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of 4 Cullo Creek subdivision lots located in the town of Smoky Lake, legally recognized as plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 12, plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 13, plan number 0721842, block 7, lots 14, plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 15 to 119439995. Candidate meets the amount of $15,000 per lot for a total of $60,000.
So, all in favor? Motion carried.
And then we're going to do, motion to purchase back the lot.
Okay, and I would like to make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake purchase back lot plan number 0721842, block 6,
Sorry,
Yeah.
6
lot 11,
from.
from James Breezenvoice and Angela Broderson for the price of $15,000 under the condition that they purchase plan number 0721842, block
Sorry, block
7,
lot 12.
lot 12, in the amount of $15,000.
All in favor of the motion? Motion carried.
And then we need this motion to
Uh,
actually dispose of it. And this one, it's repeating.
Oh,
what you just-
and that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lot in the town of Smoky Lake, legally recognized as plan number 0721842, block 7, lot 12, to James and Angela, and for the price of $15,000.
Motion
Here's the
carried.
last name.
Sorry, all in favor?
Broderson.
Motion carried.
So then one more here.
And one more, guys, that the town of Smoky Lake proceed with the disposal of Cullo Creek subdivision lot located in the town of Smoky Lake, legally recognized as plan number 0721842, block 6, lot 11, to 815-213 Alberta Limited for the price of $15,000.
All in favor? Motion carried.
I might have to go through this one with you. Yeah, but I got it. We can fix that one later.
Now we're
Sorry,
on.
that was a lot.
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin, good job.
Now we're back to 8.6. Gravel installation at the drop-in center. And who would like to speak to that? Councilor Makalachis?
So before I do this motion, since we own the building, are we donating it to them or are we just using it?
Sorry?
In the motion, we have it as a donate, we're gonna donate it to them, but we own the building, so.
That's a good point. It's not inside the building, it's outside, it's our land, so they requested it. You're right, it's not really a donation.
Okay. So I'll move the town of Smoky Lake use the excess material from the Solar Grounds landscaping project in the 2024 capital budget in the estimated amount of $1,000 that includes one load of gravel and geotech style to the Smoky Lake drop-in center located at 124 Whiter Street, Smoky Lake, to use beside the building on the south side for the ease of maintenance and Public Works Department execute the said project when time permits in reference to the verbal request from Vern Bealey, President of Smoky Lake Drop-in Center.
Discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. So 8.7, the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex request.
You want me to speak to this briefly?
Sure.
We've brought forward different ones over the past, so I thought if council is okay with us proceeding with this work on a regular basis, that we just give that motion to approve. And it's just lawn cutting at the Agriplex, not the RV. And then crack filling, and then the newest request was to do line painting for the fire lane. I did throw in a little option there that we could ask for some in kind back for our free community events that we offer through FCSS, and ask that we don't have to pay for those rentals in response. So.
Councilor Morton?
I don't have an issue with the in-kind work. The only issue that I can see, potential issue coming back for the Canada Day request and thing is that at Canada Day, they use it's not just an in-kind. They use materials. They can't book the hall or the arena, like they use the whole building. I believe the complex does give them, I think we should like negotiate something. I don't know that it could like be free. So that's all my suggestion. I'm just saying we should do a thing together. Like it's a good suggestion where we'll do this. Maybe we can come up with it, something, right? So
What would they be using?
for example,
Like,
Well,
well,
they
they
took-
own stuff. right?
no, they did.
Oh.
And so the kitchen is used.
Yeah, you facility,
Yeah,
but not item.
no items were
Yeah.
used. Yeah.
I
So
think we
that's
have to be
the,
clear that we shouldn't be doing that.
but I'm just saying it on, maybe we shouldn't be using it, but I don't think it's an issue. I'm just saying that because they do pay some rent, it compensates, and so we'll just come up with something. I think it's a good idea.
So do we want to put a motion and go back to that and then have a discussion, or?
Potato.
Who has the potato? Councilor Coates, would you like to make the motion? No. So pass, Councilor Makalachis,
I'll move the town of Smoke Lake approve the request for annual grass mowing and crack filling and line painting of the fire lane located at the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex parking lot at 4612 54th Avenue in Smoky Lake in reference to the verbal request Sharon Boychuk received on July 17th, 2024 on behalf of the Smoky Lake Agricultural Society, and exchange for the request that the Smoky Lake Ag Society waives the fees for town FCSS use of the Smoky Lake Agricultural Complex for the free community event held annually on Family Day and Canada Day, and for Public Works to track expense for in lieu costs.
Okay, so we've all heard the motion, discussion? Councillor Coates?
So this is to admin. We just passed a motion where there was a verbal request, and then this one is a verbal request. Can we do something so that there isn't any more verbal requests? Like I recognize that not everybody has email, like. Can we get, and to even make it easier for them, instead of saying, here's a piece of paper, because then they're not gonna provide us with all of the information that we need. Is there some sort of form they can fill out instead?
Carly's working on all of our forms, so we could
Okay,
have her.
so
do
good
a
time
request
for this, because we just saw it too, and just,
Yeah, if I may, later on in the agenda, the street fair from Chamber, and just some sort of intake process that it's all aligned, that we can track them. I think is that the direction you want to head in?
sure.
Or that we're already heading in, Carly, is that? And so,
I'm not understanding.
okay, so for the request, right?
Yeah, like I'm,
So.
Well, the form, but sorry, what else do you
Yeah,
want? Just
so-
the request form?
Okay.
Or were you asking for something further with the
Well,
form?
we have some sponsorships come in as a request form, or then we have different groups asking different things of council, right? And they're not just one-ofs. But is there an intake process so that we're not mixing verbal with written with?
We could require that we won't accept them verbally. We need a written request and provide them with a form. But are you asking every request to come in to then like have a process where they have to fill out a form to go to council, or is the letter?
Go ahead.
Instead of it, can we have a form filled out if it's a verbal request that somebody can't get us a paper or an email?
Or we document the verbal?
Yeah,
Would that be appropriate? Yeah.
it's something
I just
that,
don't wanna make people come back into.
Right.
We've already filled this out, we've already emailed it to you, now fill out this formal form, if you're okay with just saying. Yeah, does that work?
Would that work for you? Okay, go ahead, Mel.
Because most clubs do just send an email, but I guess as long as we're comfortable with all written for this form. Right?
just something to make it a little more official. Received a request on this day at this time from this person.
And if I may add to that, so historically, we have the council sits on these committees and you give it as to your committee member and they move it forward with council. So we're not doing that anymore, I find that we do have representation with the Ag Society. And of course, it goes without saying, I want to support them and create those partnerships. We want to support them and create those partnerships. So just to streamline the process so that admin doesn't have to do the background in preparing all of this, right? The person that's requesting, or the agency or group or club that's preparing or that's doing the request should prepare the information. Does that kind of take it where we want to go, or? Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, I like that. I just back on this topic. I am not in favor of, that was a very, like you're saying then that the complex can't rent out the hall or the arena or anything on those days. So I'm not in favor of that motion. I just want to make that known. You are asking them to every year reserve that building and get no revenue for those events.
FCSS use the entire building?
No, but if you make that motion, they cannot. They use the hall and the arena this year, depends what they're going to do, right? I'm on FCSS, it depends, they use the outside, it was lovely, I'm just saying. Is the motion you just made tied the hands of the Egg Society to ever rent it out, because they would need to hold it every year, no matter what the plans were, unless they were notified.
For the request of having annual grass mowing, crack filling and line painting. 2 days.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not in favor. I disagree with you. It is our, like, do you know where the grass is? Okay,
I was gonna say that we should have cut it anyway.
which they always have. So
I
this
would.
is like a new thing that it didn't get cut.
Because
But
there was
there's
a
a back
motion and
alley.
Yeah.
There's a back alley there, which would be our property, that doesn't get cut. There's the boulevard, which is ours, that didn't get cut. Like,
No, both are cut.
oh,
Along the
back
street.
alley didn't.
No, maybe they're back down, but the street did.
Cause behind that, that's all back alley. So, I just. It's a pretty firm one. I'm just saying, I think that we should work together, I just don't think that that's a motion that I would support. Cause it's very much like, hey, we'll do this if you do that, so.
So, okay, point taken. I want to speak to behalf of page 69 and indirectly related to the motion on the floor. So thank you for preparing this to amend. We have an annual contribution, and so would that be termed as an agreement, or every year we make a motion, or how does that work?
The motion is an annual contribution, so we wouldn't have to do it annually.
I don't recall making those motions.
Well, that was with previous council.
Okay, but it looks like it was 2018 was the last one, right?
Yep.
So did we make it in 2019?
We don't need to because it's an annual contribution, 48,000, but do we have an agreement? We have to look and see if we have an agreement in place for the contribution.
So, I think that would be important at this time to the town to have an agreement and perhaps look at a bylaw if that amount of money is, from our budget, that's, so a couple things, is that the first line, is that an actual motion, 3018?
Back then, yes.
Yeah, a year with 3,000 motions in
They had different ways of numbering motions, I believe, in the past.
it? Okay, thank you. And so, so how do we want to come back to that? Is it another motion perhaps, or? So we have a motion on the floor, and then do we want to follow up with the agreement? Do we want to give it in time to check if there's an agreement? Or?
Yeah, I don't know if we, I haven't
And then the very last.
found it instantly, but okay, so
Sorry,
it's not
sorry,
there.
Dawn, I don't want,
It's okay.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. So then the last sentence, yeah, last year we talked a little bit about it, but I don't recall having anything in place that we would start sending someone to a training. Or what are our plans? What are we doing?
There was discussions around, I don't know, I have to get, so there was discussions around, we budgeted for administrative staff for the complex, and at that time also discussed cross-training so that they have one person trained at the complex for ice maintenance. So if they ever lost that one person or that person was off sick for an ongoing program, so we step in and we help them. I can't send somebody in there that doesn't have their arena do, I'd be doing it, because I'm the only one that has the arena operator course. And I don't know enough to go into that ice plant and do repairs, or nor, you know, so if we're the backup to the agricultural complex.
Yeah.
Then we need training. Dealing with ammonia is not a, right, I want my, so it's, I'd have the training in place, and then the idea would be moving forward is, so that's what I have that on my agenda for budget, to talk about staffing, because if we're going to, it's not just about taking training, you can't learn how to put in ice unless you put in ice and clean the ice. So if we want to be that backup or that succession plan, that if something falls apart, do we shut down the arena? Or does the complex have to find someone at the last second? Because there isn't, right now, that it was kind of that conversation was had around the budget last year around
Absolutely.
assisting the agriplex. I don't know that there was ever a formal motion, it was just
Yeah.
more, and the training is within our budget. Like it's not, the cost of the training is not significant. The cost of the cross training will be, right? That, because then we're taking staff out of the field to learn. So that's where I thought I have the notes for the budget discussion around staff.
So I think on behalf of, we think that we should receive something from the complex in writing prior to like build a plan to say what we're, if there is a process for viability or what does that look like? And maybe it's not fair to put the committee members either, but just that came before us today. So looking at that, I just want we want a clear picture of what we're having. Go ahead, Mom.
This came from the town, not from the complex. This cross training, this training, this was an idea. This didn't, Exciting didn't have a request to have a public works person.
Was there negotiating?
That's when we were talking, nobody was negotiating. It came up in a meeting at the complex that, you know, the volunteers are getting burned out. We might have to come up with some kind of blended thing with the town to, you know, and so then Dawn, who took care of buildings before, didn't want to have it fall into our laps unprepared, as in the town's
Yeah.
lap unprepared, I think was where that came from. It wasn't from the Exciting. I just want you to,
Okay,
yeah.
and I misunderstood. I apologize.
Okay.
And so, either way, I think we need, I'll leave it at that. So, is there any more discussion? So I'm gonna call the question to the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. It's fine. Would you like to make a subsequent motion or?
It's no, because it's a matter of fact motion, like it's saying to hold it. I would love to make the motion that we negotiate or have a discussion with them. But
Okay, and maybe they would have something to offer different from us, so. I will at this time make a subsequent motion to review the motion will be that, the Town of Smoky Lake direct administration to bring forward the annual contribution agreement for the, Smoky Lake Agricultural Society or complex. Any discussion? Calling the question, all in favor? Motion carried. So moving on to, forgive me. 8.8, Councillor Coates. So what I'm gonna get you to do is just place the motion on the floor and then have the discussion.
Okay, and thank you for bearing with me because my computer decided to do some sort of system download, which I've never seen it do in the entire time that I've had it.
Crystal.
Otherwise, just give me a second.
So do you want my hard copy or?
Oh, nope, got it now. At Town of Smoky Lake, except for information, the verbal and written update by administration in regard to the Maria Close infrastructure and lot sale initiatives located at Maria Drive Close East and Maria Drive East in Smoky Lake. And administration provide an updated year-to-date for 2024 to the first meeting in 2025.
Discussion?
Well, it's interesting because the recommendation, except for information, the verbal and written, so.
Is that your discussion? Sorry. Is.
So to provide verbal.
That's why
I
I'm
just thought
laughing,
there'd
is
be
because
more
like it was
discussion
written,
around it.
it was written in such a way that there was, so that's why, you know.
And I will apologize, there was some things missed when we went from the approval to this, to the budget process where I didn't have it in the budget. And then costs, as I mentioned in the workshop, that we should be transparent about, that we understood, for instance, or we did not know that there was a water line removed. So then we had to address that. The other one that where there was a bit of a, again, this is more of a miscommunication, and I'll accept responsibility. I didn't have lot 37 in my radar when we were initially talking about this, but it did get included in those, and I don't remember if that was through council or not, but we didn't check into that one. That one doesn't have water, so that one's actually gonna come to council as a budget because it's not sold, it's not being developed until next year. So we'll put that in next year's budget. But that being said, I also didn't budget for all the extra revenues. So, I mean, overall, this is operational, and even the 18,000 with the additional costs that will come through, the overall budget will be balanced. We will not lose money on this, not to mention that, because we have another 75,000 plus. We'd said 75,000, but in the end, it turns out a lot more coming forward for lot sales. So overall, operationally, between when you balance lot sales overall, including Cloacrika and Maria Close, we're still in the positives, not to mention the revenues that come in, which we anticipate. I have 23.5 for annually, which is a low end estimate. I base that on current taxes, not for new development, and about 150 a month for revenues for water, sewer, and gas sales. And then if you put in Cloacrika, we're closer to, again, based on my taxes and bills, not brand new houses. We're at about annual revenues between utilities and taxes of about, again, I think on the very low end, 115,000 a year. So I mean, overall, but again, there were some mistakes and with this process that, I mean, the estimate that was given to me, which I took as a quote, so again, was 1,500, so I added 1,000 to make it 25. I should have made them higher to make sure that any of these, you know, usually a contingency is about 20%, but yeah, I apologize that I didn't make sure that it was an actual quote from a company that we received. It was a estimate based on past experience, so of our staff. So but again, I think in the end, I know in the end that we will still be ahead on the budget, and we will not be behind when you compare those numbers. So overall.
I mean, thank you for acknowledging that. I don't think we learned a lot by the project, and so your apology is accepted but not warranted, but thank you again.
And then the motion was for actuals, but again, we don't have a lot of actuals yet, and one of the businesses we use tends to submit a little late, but I do think it's important that annually we are making sure you're up to date on this is where we're at overall for our development and as we go through this process. So, and again, we're making checklists for development and whatnot to address some of the development issues. We had started working on that a while back. A few more came up recently, so we're making sure those are included in that checklist, just to make sure that we as the town working on with developers are on the ball, and then also making sure that the owners who are buying know what the steps are, who the connections are, what the additional costs are, things like development permits and whatnot.
And so, two things, when you were saying about the checklist, then they came out of the workshop, and I don't know if they were collected, but we had talked about the number of dwellings that we might have in terms of creating.
We're working on it, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's coming back. And then we had also thought maybe to have an inventory of the town property. So I'm sure you're probably working on that.
An inventory.
But what we would have for town properties for sale. And I don't know if you need a motion for that.
No, I don't think I had that one documented.
Talked about it at
Yeah, no, that's fine.
workshops.
But I mean, I would always feel free to make a motion, because then we have it identified, and so actually I would say, yes, following this one, if you want to make a motion to bring back an inventory of town lots, still, then please do so we don't lose them.
You know what, it prompted me when you said you're creating a checklist, I'm like, oh my goodness, that was something I had already forgotten, so, thank you for that. So, any more discussion? Councilor McWacher?
Under the background bullet number 2, where it says lot/1-3.
Lot 1 and 3 were consolidated.
1 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And I think actually, sorry, and I should clarify, apparently this will also fix any issues with 4 as well. So this one, that 18,000 will also address any the water replacement went on for 4. That's what I
okay, so it
understand as
wasn't
well.
just for the disconnect.
No, it was to directionally drill to connect back to our line and then connect 4 as well to 1 and 3. So I believe 4, from what I understand, and where I do need John, but or maybe Raman knows, but I'm sure that this will also address.
Right, okay,
Yes.
because I was just
But the
gonna
issue is
say,
the lack of a line, the removal of the line in lot 1. Which I don't understand.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, we don't have to dig the line out to disconnect.
No, it was already disconnected. We have no line.
Right,
So that's our issue, is we
Okay.
need to connect the line. We thought,
okay,
we,
The
we,
line
I
was
was the impression that there was a
Sorry.
line there and it's not.
Yeah.
So,
got it, thank you.
So any more discussion? Councillor Probst?
So the work was going to start on July 15th and would take 4 days, correct?
yes.
And did it fix the lot? We have somebody who has moved their trailer.
Yeah.
They paid over $7,500 to move it elsewhere because they did get a building permit, but now can't get onto.
And there was again, I think that's where the communication and checklist comes in handy, because their date on their development permit was for July 30th. They didn't realize that was not, when everything was said and done, that was them actually placing their trailer. So again, it's understanding the processes. So I think having a good document that explains that as well. And then also some other processes that we're gonna put in place to ensure that communication is very clear, that I'm a little more involved in some of these meetings as we're starting to develop. My name's on that checklist, that, you know, Raman's there, but also who else can I talk to, so that there's more than one point of contact. I did follow up with the residents that you had discussed, you had mentioned, so I've got some good notes there to make sure that we, again.
Two. So I'm talking about the.
Yeah.
Not the one who's gonna help you go through this checklist, but the one whose lot, as of today, still can't put her.
Well, there's now a contractor doing the work, so when that work's done, they'll be able to place their trailer,
Okay.
right?
So how does this work with building permits, that she can be issued that, but then not be able to do anything with it?
We don't do development, or we don't do building permits, they're through inspections group.
And what contact has been made with her since?
I talked
Was
to
that
her.
her call?
At that point, I'd have to double check with Raman if there's other, when I spoke with her, everything was in line, we were just waiting on that. For the work to be completed, and then her plan was to get her trailer moved. She did talk about maybe a different lot, but that one's already spoken for, so it didn't really work out, so. But,
Sorry, what's that?
she talked about placing her trailer in another lot, but I mean, we're at that point where today is, like, it's supposed to be completed this week. And then we wouldn't have council to today, so then it would take longer to switch lots than it would be for her to get her lot placed, her
Right.
trailer placed.
But part of the issue too is that she moved it, it didn't matter if she moved it to another one of her properties. Because even if she moved it to the lot that was right beside it, it still cost the exact same money to get that.
She wanted to leave it there. She suggested a lot swap. But
Okay.
that one's
No,
already
and that's not
purchased.
what, okay.
That was what my conversation was, that she had brought this forward, but. So it should be done this week, and then they should be able to get, again, it's in the hands of contractors right now. One of the issues, this weather's not helping anybody, but I haven't followed up to see where they're at with it, but that was the contractor was starting this week, and it was supposed to only take about 4 days, so it started, was it this week?
Today's Monday.
15th. I have to follow up on that, but yes, yes, I did follow up with her to talk about the concern she had. And we're working on fixing our processes. One of our challenges, again, it's been over a decade since we've done development. So it's a learning experience as well. So I did apologize and said, we're learning from this, and we'll make sure that we fix the process to ensure there's no errors, and apologize.
And I do think at the end of the day, we are moving forward.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you for the work that's been done. And does that answer the questions and speak to the discussion? So at this time, I'd like to call the question for the motion. All in favor? Motion carried. My hope is that we can complete section 8 and then break for the 5 o'clock dinner So, Councillor Morton?
Never reading, I'll look at motion.
So I don't have, does anyone have 8.9?
I do.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, 8.9 Kinsman Pavilion update.
I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the update provided by administration regarding the meeting correspondence between administration and the Kinsman President Brent Parity on July 11th, 2024. And I have,
Discussion?
okay, so I wrote down. Okay, so, in your guys' meeting and discussion, was there a intention for them to give the town the pavilion?
No.
So they're gonna keep the pavilion?
Yes, we have an agreement. But that being said, there's confusion over the agreement because it is our agreement says it's a 10-year agreement with the option to renew. So they have, within that agreement, they can just say, yes, I want to renew, and it'll automatically extend 5 years. Like, then we have the authorization for that. But it says it's a 25-year lease, but the dates say 10 years. And when I reached out to the county, the recommendation was to change it to 25 years, but the wording's inconsistent, right? When it says 25-year lease, but then it ends this December, which is 10 years. So I talked to the county, the CAO and Lydia, I copied both of them, and if they want to renew, we plan to bring that forward to our councils.
Okay,
But I think our hands are a little tied because it says in there the renewals in there.
right, so then
Right.
the town and the county, this one's the confusing one, because we're
Yes.
together.
Yes.
However, we have the agreement to our staff to clean all the bathrooms and to take care of it. And when it's vandalized, to fix it and to do all the maintenance on it.
Well, and that was part of it too, that we were doing that previously. So anyways, I looked at the lease agreement recently. And I made it clear to him that, that there's a motion in there for us to clean the washrooms during the week. And that's what I said, adding the weekend was just me operationally saying this needed to be addressed. It's not being addressed. I wanted clarity. Are people paying to rent the pavilion for birthday parties? They're not. So at least it's just for use still. I wanted to make sure it was going to be open. I asked them to put up better signage on the cleaning. So to clean up after yourselves. Maintenance is all supposed to be them. So if it's being vandalized and whatnot, and I've had this conversation with John, that what we need to do is when something breaks or something's vandalized, we need to reach out to them to do the repairs or get it authorized, and then we would charge back to them the amount, because in the agreement, it says they are responsible for that, not us. But again, when I started, we were doing it, like last year, the signage came up and it was like, okay, let's get on the signage, which didn't get done. But then now it's not ours to do, it's theirs. So how we've been treating it is that we do it all, but by the agreement, I made it clear to him, this actually goes back to the. So we will start charging as needed. But again, the things we've already done, I don't think we can charge back for without getting authorization on work, but yes. Yeah, so we did identify that for some reason, we've decided to take this as our own, even though it's not ours. But there is a motion for the cleaning.
Yes, I remember the motion for the cleaning. But yeah, I just have recently started to wonder why the bills are coming to the town. So noticing, and this vandalism has happened how many times? And I think it started to, when we started talking about garbage cans, they should supply their own garbage cans for the pavilion. So the town shouldn't be buying garbage cans for their bill.
It says the club promises to keep the lands tidy and in substantially the same conditions as existed at the commencement of this lease as determined by the town and county, acting responsibly, including without restriction, promptly attending to maintaining the lands as well as any improvements, equipment or other property of the club placed on the lands in safe condition capable of use by the club. And that we agree, the town and county agrees to assist the club wherever possible, such as winter maintenance checks, and where extra costs are incurred shall be entitled to invoice the club for such costs. So if we're requested needing to do things, we will communicate with them and then go ahead and then charge back.
Councilor Michael.
Who owns the land that sits?
Town and county. I find that very confusing. I think it's recreation we're all contributing, I'm assuming, but finding the history on that has been interesting. I'm not finding it. So it must be a long-standing,
So how much? So the tennis court, the water park, the spray park is on whose property?
town and county. Yeah.
It's joint
The
town.
whole, from what I've read, the park is town and county.
So does that mean that we purchased the land for them to put it on?
No, it
Like-
goes back way, but.
Because
So,
then did we share with the county to buy the land?
well, that's what I'm saying is the use agreement is town and county. But the town is getting all the bills.
And that's what led us to look into this further and
Well, you won't see it now.
I guess in terms of governance, would there be a policy that we'd want to enter into, not just having the lease agreement or some sort of bylaw?
I think that I would say the lease agreement is appropriate for this. If you click on the park, Kinsman Park, Kin Park and gazebo, it says owner 1, County of Smoky Lake, owner 2, town and county. Is the gazebo.
One is county,
So here it says number 1 owner. It says the park is actually the county's. And the gazebo is town and county.
where they cutting along there.
No, like again, looking for the history on this,
No,
I'm confused. So I would like to, we're gonna have to look at land titles. I agree. I think we need to look at land title.
And
Because here,
And cross.
it's when I look at title information, it says town and county. So,
So it poses another question that may be brought up indirectly. So with the spray park, the water, who's paying the water on that?
we pay it.
there's a separate meter, right?
Yeah. Or-
And but to date, I don't think we've seen any data on that meter. I have Evelyn and then you. So go ahead.
Actually, I was saying that, okay. That's.
Right, yeah, the utilities of the gazebo is the Kinsman.
The
The
spray
spray park is the town,
There's a separate meter
yes.
is it,
and it's paid for just under general town consumption.
Yeah.
is it, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that we should be reaching out to the county as well too, to see what motions or what if you don't have. Cause if it keeps saying county, they've gotta have something on too, do they not?
About the spray cart committee, I was just looking to see if I had something. Yeah, we could ask them and see what they have for documentation around Kin Park and Spray Park gazebo and see if there's anything that we're missing. And again, just because I can't find it doesn't mean it's not there, it's just sometimes how it's saved or where it's hidden is challenging, right? 'Cause some of them are long before any of our time.
Well, it wouldn't be hidden, just where it is.
Like the title says it's both of ours, so, but I don't know what the agreement was when the spray park was built. I could chase down that more.
I think we should just,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm fine. I just laughed and put it, that's all. Just because we have a dog park that is potentially coming. And now we have spray park, we have that, so I think actually it sounds like we have some cleanup to do in aisle 5. Maybe we need to start taking a look at all of these and updating them, especially before we enter into an agreement with the Lions Club for their proposed dog park, is all I'm saying, is because I would love to see consistency between all of them as well too, so. Unfortunately,
We'll have consistency, because I think the new agreements will have a lot different information. in them. But moving forward, it would be nice to have that template of the current one as we renew. Okay.
Go ahead, Terry.
I agree.
so basically this comes back to land available that is town owned, and all this for our inventory in town and county. And Does the county own or joint own any land behind the museum? Yeah,
Both as well, isn't it?
yeah. That's what I thought.
Okay, motion on the table, all in favor? Carried. Are we okay to
Yeah.
break, or do you want to keep
Oh,
going?
sorry.
What's the consensus in the room? Break or keep going?
Let's finish 8 quick.
So 8.10 is the Water Commission. As a committee member, I'd like to go ahead and make the recommendations that the town of Smoky Lake accept for information the verbal update provided by administration and committee members regarding the Water Commission workshop held on July 17th. And if I can just speak to that, the Water Commission is it okay, or
Just a
discussion?
quick question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this something that we should go into closed session for?
No, I'm just gonna lay it out.
Okay.
I don't think so, but you can, I'll
No,
get
go ahead.
administration to guide me if I say anything inappropriate. So historically, the Water Commission, the managing partner is the county. And then in the absence of their CAO, the interim CAO was looking after it as the managing partner. The committee appointed as an interim CAO to the Water Commission, they appointed the finance officer of the county, Brenda Adamson, to look after things in the absence of the CAO that was to come and was recently hired. So where we're at today, the recent hiring of the CAO for the county has been posed to look after the Water Commission. And the committee members felt that in all fairness, being a new position, it would take him a little bit of time to get up to speed on everything. So the committee is tossing around some ideas to hire a contractor or a third-party company to look after it, or remain the same and have it looked after at the level of the county. So the county would be the managing partner and the CAO of the commission. So that was discussed at the workshop, what the options were, some of the benefits, some of the risks, they were all positioned. And this is quite common knowledge. Nothing's been determined. There's an upcoming meeting in August, and at which time a request for proposal will be discussed and voted on in coming back to a motion. So in all fairness, Dawn was not at the workshop, so I just wanted to update everyone so that it's not something that would be a surprise if something changes, and I can ask my committee members to add to that if that's if you wish to do that. Is there anything I forgot, or would you like to add?
Just that
Go ahead.
I see that this is a positive thing for the town, as well as all commission members.
The review of the commission manager.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The Water Commission is paying the county for administration of the commission on a yearly basis. And as Marianne has explained, it was put on the corner of some people's desks to be the manager. So in my opinion, right now, the commission is not getting the value for what they're paying for as a commission manager, because it was put on somebody's corner of the desk, and now if the county continues to be the commission manager, they could still be the managing partner, but have a separate manager. That person would be committed to only managing the commission, not having to wear 5 or 6 different hats, not having to have to answer to let's say the CAO of the county takes over managing the commission. So now who does he take direction from? The county as a CAO or manager of the commission? So there's conflict in there. So that's why I believe Evelyn was saying that it would be good for the commission to have. They've been talking about 1-2 year term to have a separate manager to come in and look after it completely. So that's kind of, I think,
To add to that, it was brought to our attention, some of the policies and bylaws have not been made current, so there's some extra care and attention that needs to happen, so. Do you have anything to add, Evelyn, or?
Just to say that I think that this has been a progressive step for us as well too. Because commissions our size comprise of so many different municipalities as well too. This is what they do. I think it's good to take it out of one municipality's hands and put it in a contract manager's hands. And to do the probably clean up a lot faster than what a new CAO who has a plate filled catching up on his position. That's okay. I'll end it there because one of our counselors has fallen asleep.
So Dawn, would you like to add anything from administration?
No, like I said, at the workshop, when it was set, comment was made that CAOs other than the county shouldn't be in attendance, so I didn't hear anything otherwise, so I didn't have it in my calendar.
Apologies.
There was no worries. I probably should have reached out to the direct, it was said during the meeting and it kind of accepted, so, other than the request to have Kevin there as the new CAO, so, I guess I could have reached out to you directly to say, as committee members, just like what we talked about, like closed session and whatnot, it's a different experience than I'm used to. As a CAO, I've always been part of waste and water, in my previous role, I shouldn't say always, in my previous role, CAOs, we sat in on all of those just to make sure we were up to date on what was going on. But that's fine. It's been running this way for a long time, and if it works, it works.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mom.
So just to, I guess recap, so they're looking at getting a third party, so it won't be anybody from, like, yeah, like the commission is looking for a third
Yeah,
party.
operations will remain the same, so the county will fulfill the
It's
operations.
an administrative role of
Correct.
hiring somebody that isn't already employed in the region or as part of the
Could be.
commission,
could be,
but not as part of the commission.
right,
Okay. That's all I
As
have.
part of anyone's municipality.
Yeah,
yeah,
okay, that's a better way of saying it, yeah, okay.
they're looking for the right person to manage the commission by itself independently from it.
For maybe a term of a year.
Yeah,
Okay.
or,
Two. We're talking 1 to 2 years right now, and then we'll revisit it.
Okay.
And
Thank
if
you.
that goes through in August, so we'll keep you posted, and if there's no more questions, I'd like to call the question. Or no more discussion, all in favor of the motion? Motion carried. And so the last thing is in section 8 is 8.11, line branding. And I said about the other ones. Or did she? I don't want to say. Did you have it?
8 8-11?
Yeah, no, that's something different for signs.
No, that's it.
No, he held up the wrong one.
Oh, sorry. He said 8-11.
I got, there was a, oh. Well, there
It's
you
another
go.
one.
Sorry.
I just wanted a little more information and then I'll see where we. I can see this. Don't worry about the cost.
Please do.
I gave you the quotes, but I wouldn't worry about the costs, other than the cost for weekend costs.
So it's just the county council.
Yeah,
item,
no,
Donna.
appreciate it. I just don't want you to.
Got it, Marlene.
Yeah. So we have a few different, and I did write this into the report, so we do have trail signs with Elevate Wellness that we've put off until because I was applying for a grant, which I did not get. Signs for Before We Stop under Flower Power, signs for Triangle Park, I put Moose Corner, but then it came up about the whole naming thing, so at the entrance to downtown. Plan to replace, we had discussions around branding, replacing, that's what we applied for the grant for, replacing the street light signs in downtown that are branded like pumpkins. Again, and then playground sounds I have a budget for. So I have several different budget items as well as some future plans or ideas around signage, but I don't want to just put up a sign. What I'd like is consistency on what our signs look like. So I didn't plan on doing a full assessment, but we could go that route, which is what Barron's, which is the company that's doing our Town of Smoky Lake on this building, they said that they could design and do project management for our signs, if we wanted to put this off to next year or prove it in the budget as a through reserves, which I'm not recommending, but at a price of $77,680. What I've brought forward, so they've also worked with us because they did some other sign work for us, so they're willing to do some concepts and they would further do that, is ideas around some signs that we would base all of our signs on. So the one they brought forward, we had found one that was neat where it had a pumpkin in the background and then the signs on it, and that's what this one is with the Town of Smoky Lake logo on the left. One of those will be around that concept. My only concern with this is the posts, because those will be an additional cost. So that was one concept. I do like it though, it's very sharp. And the other comment that was made to us when we were talking wayfinding when we were at the LGA conference was, don't put Smoky Lake on all your signs because you know you're in the town. Just put it on the ones where maybe if it was the gateway to downtown, you might want it, or but don't, it's just an additional cost if you always have your town that you know you're in Smoky Lake. Another one that had caught our eye that I've handed out is the Shelburne one, where we did talk about where, you know, it would be kind of a neat concept where the bulb out at the top would be the pumpkin. And then you just have list the signs underneath, a little bit more of a basic concept we thought might reduce costs. So this was the other one we had talked about as well, that they didn't get us a sign on that one, they just had this one. So I wanted to bring, and then the other option is something totally different, if you have ideas, or thirdly is to take a step back and do an actual full wayfinding. But I don't want to do one sign without, like the Flower Power wanted to put in directional signage at four-way stop. And I was like, I'd rather wait because I'd like it branded the same. Same with the money from Elevate Wellness. If we're doing this, I want the playground sign, like it's this one. I want all of them to start with the pumpkin at the top and then the information underneath, right? So playground sign would be designed the same way. The directional signs with, you know, the one that we thought, one in front of the Triangle Park there where it says, downtown Smoky Lake this way, hospital this way, you know what I mean? Like, or school. That so that they're all the same. And again, what makes you the capital or the pumpkin capital of Alberta is including the wayfinding or the branding of our signs in that. Just looking for direction from council because I don't want to just put up signs that you guys say, yeah, we like that.
So, if I may, the direction in the recommendation of the blank means to approve the design or the
What
color?
concept? No, we already have money in the budget for signs. I just want a concept of go around, based around this one, go ahead with this one, go with this one. This is what we'd like to see, or we don't want you to move forward at all. We want this to go to the budget and talk about wayfinding, and this will be a 2025 project and push all signage to 2025.
I see, okay, thank you for clarifying.
Which isn't a bad option. It's just,
Yeah.
again, as a small town, are we willing to spend almost $8,000 to decide what our signage looks like? What I've done is we've done research on other communities. I was part of one in one community, not have stuff from afar, but I had a say in certain ones, but not overly. It was more, but they haven't posted on their website, so we read that, right? So things like that. We've done that different approach because we're small, and how do we spend money on this or on other items, right?
Well, if I may, sorry, what makes it sound, I can hear how excited you are, and I too am excited. A little while back, you had shared with us that you were working on a branding package, right? So, this part is the signs, and I think we all agree we like how the town office is looking with the paint and moving forward with the lettering. And I'm just wondering if this is an opportunity for something at the committee of the whole to maybe revisit our tagline, the Pumpkin Capital of Alberta, the logo, or if there's an appetite with the rest of council so that we create that alignment. Because I do hear what you're saying, and I like the direction that we're going with it. And to me, waiting until 2025 is a harder time if it is in the budget already, but I'd like to hear what the rest of council has to say as well. I'm also concerned with if we are maybe, and I've worked with the Friends before, they do excellent work and it's very, they're a very good company. I'm just worried that are we tendering it out to other companies?
This is just to get the concepts. We would then come up with the design and then we would put it out for requests for at least quotes. The numbers are small enough, I could probably do quotes.
I see.
Or a request for proposal, but we determine based on our purchasing policy the right route, but we only go to one because we've already spent money on them. Like we reached out to, we tried many, we only got one quote for the signs here, right? So, but we requested many. And although, no, did we get another one that was really, we had another one that was really high, I believe. But we always do our like painting. We requested from half a dozen different companies. We don't always get the number we want because people have to come here to do the work and they won't always budget us or book us in. So as long as we've made the effort to get the quotes, which we always do. Yeah, we would never do sole source because they did one sign.
Yeah, thank you so much. So at this time, I'm looking for a motion to be put up. Go ahead.
I had some discussion left.
We didn't even have the motion, but go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So this was only for design. This wasn't for this quote that we have here, 745, is just for design. It doesn't actually cover a physical sign of it.
Right, so that's, so what I basically need is some direction on what we're looking for so we can determine how to get it. Right, so if this ends up being, like, we have to see where we're at with our budget and whatnot, and we bring it back. Like, this came at 12:57 PM today. We put it in the budget agenda because I wanted to move forward with some of our signage. Like I said, we put off flower power because I don't want signs to go in. Why spend money on signs if we're gonna change them? But if this, because this came in so late, I barely had time to even read it other than the wayfinding one. If you want this deferred to a future meeting or a different committee, that's fine. Otherwise, it would be give general direction on which design you want us to move forward with. And then at which point, because we can't get them to come up with a bunch of different designs for free, right? So we're saying, here's a couple and here's another concept. Or we can go back to the drawing board with other ideas. Or we can go back to the wayfinding. But then if we found that we didn't have the money in the budget, we have to come back. We wouldn't move forward with anything till we got there. Like I said, I have money for signage, but it's a matter of, the designing might create some other issues. So depends on what we can, because honestly, on one of our programs, one of my staff created a design. It was a little too similar to one I had seen before, but if we had that design, we could literally send it to a company and say, print this, and then we don't have to pay that, right? So if we know that, again, if we know the general concept, we can kind of use that as our base to move forward. We have a logo. We could use that pumpkin at the top of this sign with our town blues and, right? We could do that, but are you comfortable with that?
And go ahead.
So is that written somewhere down in a policy that this is our town blue?
It's Smoky Lake
No,
blue.
we can't, we can't.
Oh, based on our
Respect
logo.
anyone,
Based on our
you're
logo.
way more. I don't wanna see something like this as a motion. First of all, this could not be part of the consent, it should not be part of the consent agenda,
No.
because and there's several of them that were like that in this agenda package that were not eligible for consent because they just, they weren't.
I typically go through and make note of the ones that can't be on there so that it gets
Okay.
pulled.
So you make note of it, so I'm not sure how this process, I'm with the consent agendas. Secondly, this isn't something that I wanna see passed as a simple motion at a council meeting. The chair just mentioned like a committee of the whole. This is this is definitely something that we need to discuss. Not at a council meeting, but in a workshop or a committee of the whole or whatever it is that we need to do so that we can discuss this, because there's so much more, because this is branding. This isn't just simple wayfinding signage. And another question that I have about this, so this would remove, because we do have quite a few signs. We have there's the curling rink, we have little symbols. So we're talking about removing all of those signs, correct?
No, we're talking about as we move forward with signs,
Standardizing it.
we standardize. So if we put, we budget to do all the park signs or whatever, all the direction signs in town, then we would do that in a future year. Right now, it's all I have money for is playgrounds, trails, the four-way stop in Moon's Corner were the ones that are budgeted. If I have enough in there. If nothing else is in the budget, it would be moving forward. We would continue the budget to continue the process through municipality. based on what council wants. One conversation we had was downtown, right, downtown signage. So like I said, I was looking for a grant. It was not successful in that grant, that doesn't mean we're not still looking, but, yeah, and the blue is based on the logo.
Go ahead, Mel.
Yeah, it is something that I don't think we can just make a decision today, but in the idea of trying to give you some idea how to move forward, my opinion is if we're talking about the money that you have for parks and for whatever, I really like this shape of this sign.
And I wanted that one as a draft as well, but he only gave this one, and I wanted this one.
Tall one, like where it would have the arrows and whatever. I like that idea. And I also I really like this entry sign because I am not a huge fan of it. But I think it's something that all needs to come back, but if we give some sort of direction that what we would like to see when it comes back, so that we're not starting in the same spot. Those are just ideas that I have. I like those two. And if that's the money that we have at this moment, it's not like we have to pick signage for streets or whatever at the moment, but we could tailor it after all the same thing.
Or I could work, just the direction could be to continue to look for grants, but now for the wayfinding one, where we could get funding from NRED or something for that we just table this and table all sign replacement until that's done. I need the playground ones in though. I can't delay it, but I could add some branding later.
And you're right, and there's money earmarked from Elevate Wellness for the trail ones, so go ahead, Terry, and then I have Evelyn, okay?
So for that money that's earmarked, is it an unrestricted reserve or is it something we're gonna lose?
No,
It's budgeted in the operating budget, so it just wouldn't, it would go back to reserves and then, or it would go in any overage at the end of the year goes to reserves and we'd rebudget in the future year. But the playgrounds, I say we need to spend because, or we need to do because of regulations, we're supposed to have names and addresses and ages on there.
Yeah.
And then, Elevate Wellness has kind of been waiting on us for the, so they just wouldn't, if they wanted to move forward with them, we just wouldn't, they wouldn't be branded.
So I'd be in favor of having a workshop to come up with a design for the signs that we will purchase in some of the fall. Is it gonna be done that quick?
well, I have Evelyn and then I have Mel, but do you want an answer to your question before we move on or what?
Yeah, like how much time?
We'll give her some ideas though.
So-
they
Well,
get
but
to work
forget
with.
this, right?
Is that the kind of general one that council
But-
liked?
but I'm just saying,
Draft?
Like, is it a month away or is it 3 months away? If we were to say, yes, go with this design, cause you have your budget for the parks, right? So is it a month away or is it 6 months away where we're into frost already? Like, how soon do we need to make this
Yeah.
decision for you?
Well, I think once the design's there, it's getting them ordered and that could be done, I think within a couple months in theory of the design being there.
Production.
I think we could
But
get
you know what I'm
designed, we
saying?
could get them.
How soon do we need to
Yeah.
get you this information to get these signs up?
So for this year, I mean, signs technically, posting it, pounding into the ground is the issue, right, in the winter. If it's existing posts, that's one thing, but yeah, so as the ground freezes, then you're right, our hands are tied. There's nothing says we can't purchase them, even if it was later in this year, to make sure that the money's spent in this year's budget, and then they could go in the ground in spring mill,
That's
right?
right.
So even if, like, I agree with you, again, I wanted this one as a design to bring forward, and until 12:57 today, I didn't know I wasn't getting it, so, and I don't know that they'll do another free one for us, so.
That's the only-
But we can mess around, like, the one Carly came up with for me was pretty impressive, I don't even know how she did it, but again, it was very much like another municipality I've been part of, so I was like, I like it, but.
So can I just go before you? So then, what I referred to earlier, previously you had said that you're working on a branding package. Is that still
This comes
something?
the branding for the signage, was what I was doing.
A general branding town of Smoky Lake, you were working on something prior to not knowing about the wayfinding grant not working, or?
It was more around the signage though, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so then go ahead.
Sorry, I know what you're referencing, sorry. Barb had started working on a
Oh.
branding package, but it was once it was given to me, it's good. It's where it has the colors, again, based on the local colors are in there, but it never went really beyond that. So not a lot was developed. It was something she had in her radar, but never really got to. So it's not done. So again, that's something if we want to do a big branding, wayfinding, big picture thing, get grants for, and NRED is a good one for that.
Okay.
but
and
we didn't get
I
it
do-
last year.
Oh, I do like what Terry said about the workshop, and then that would, Amy will be back, and so it could be more of a team building with the workshop to move forward for that timeline. Go ahead, Evan, sorry.
I'm just following up what you said about the grants. From what I understand, we have to actually even have, like, the reason grants fail is because there's a plan in place in order to apply for the grant. So we really have not just some generic
Yeah, no,
wayfinding signs.
yeah,
or-
that one was, but this one, what I'm saying is we could apply for the wayfinding study with NRED. The other one was around, it was worded a little differently. It was around, yeah, it was the overall package, the wayfinding plan, and yeah, it's a big grant, so I don't have all the details on
Okay.
what we applied for, but we did apply for it last year and did not. Digital screen and whatnot, you know, just like it was a big project, so.
Okay, that's,
Okay, so, couple things just to recap, are we moving towards a workshop? Or a committee of the whole, or,
Workshop.
Can we set a date with that motion?
okay, so we don't even have a motion yet, so.
No, that's what I'm saying, when you make
Yeah.
the motion, could you
Yeah.
include a date?
Oh, absolutely. So who wants to take that on?
no, are you going
Yeah, I just had a thought when we were talking about the policies, could we combine a workshop regarding signs and policies, like, is that something that we can do together? I don't see a whole workshop on signs, right? Do you think we could combine it into one workshop, like 2 topics?
Go ahead.
But I actually don't see that as just on signs, it's also on branding as well, because when it's part of that package. Also, yes, I agree with you more for policy. We also have, because this is something I've been looking at as well too, there's different, I'm gonna throw it, yeah, I just never know when I'm veering off, when it sounds like I'm veering off topic. But we actually have a whole bunch of signs that are abandoned, that are along a stretch, that are on our property. We're actually cutting around them, so, and that has to do with, sorry, it's the, you know who signed it?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, the laser.
Not-
Yeah,
No.
like, there's that whole stretch there, so we actually, GM, Exotic, right in front of the Shell. So we have businesses that are using our property for their signs. Some of them, but we have some signs that are abandoned, they're not being used, and I think that could come into that same workshop as well too, a policy that you're not allowed to put a sign on our property
There is
without
one.
some sort of
That's in
application.
the land use bylaw,
And
I believe.
I think those ones have application.
Okay,
And that other one
so,
had,
well,
they blew off, it
if
used to
it's
have
in
a
the
different
land-
sign.
I think land use bylaw.
It's in the.
It's in one of the bylaws.
Yeah.
Then why are we not exercising it? Okay,
Okay, so I want to get back to the, sorry.
and then also,
What are
and
the old
then I
ones?
also wanted to throw in, I'll save it for
Well, no,
Just never mind.
finish. It's just that I said earlier that we're gonna break at 5 o'clock and it's now 5:30.
Okay, let's
So-
go.
I'm looking for a motion on the sign branding. No?
I'll make a motion, to defer the sign branding to a future workshop. Can we set the date at our next, put it on the agenda for the next council meeting?
Okay, so first of all, let's do this. So no more discussion. I'm gonna call the question. All in favor?
Question.
Yeah.
To the motion would be, Crystal, do you wanna read the motion back?
I can read it, my motion was to defer the sign branding 8.111 to a workshop. But to add it to the next agenda, set the date of the workshop. We can do it now, but you were talking about Amy and she's not here, so if you wanna just set it without her, I don't care, but
Do we want another workshop in the summer? Maybe it's good to defer it to the next one, then we can set it for the. Yeah, although the motion is to set the date at the next meeting, to set it as an agenda item.
Are you guys comfortable with having it before our next workshop in the same day as our council meeting?
I actually didn't hear you.
If we could have,
With-
are you guys comfortable? Crystal was saying that we could have it the same day,
August.
But we
like have a
our-
workshop in the morning.
We do have our public engagement at 5 that.
Oh, jeepers, that would be a long one.
Yeah.
What date is that?
the 12th.
August.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Where your motion reads, we could add it to the agenda for the August 12th meeting, and then we can pick a date from there. If that works for council.
Does that work?
Date is this?
Don't we have something on the 13th? ICC and stuff. Why can't we have it in the afternoon? Are you going to that joint? Tuesday, August 13th,
Why not?
joint town and county.
Yeah, I know. It's at 9 o'clock in the morning. So no, I will not be there.
See, we could have had something in the afternoon.
Do you want to have something? So,
Fine.
At
At
3 o'clock on two.
at 3
Tuesday?
o'clock on the Tuesday? Yeah. So, will Amy have a meeting? Is she on the ICC or?
Yeah,
She won't, I'm going to assume she would not be available for the workshop.
So what I'm gonna do at this point, I'm gonna get a motion from Mel to defer it to the next workshop, and when we come back from our break, we're going to have, we're going to give a date for the next workshop, whether it's going to be on the next meeting's agenda.
The motion currently has to defer to a future workshop and add dates for the workshop to the next agenda is the current motion on the floor. So we'd have to amend the motion. Or go ahead with that.
I don't wanna delay picking a date, so,
Okay, then I can
Amend your
amend
motion.
my motion just to say, to defer the signage branding to a workshop. Date to be determined.
that sounds really good. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. So I'd like to call a recess at this time. Howard.
Oh, it's 5:36.
5:36. And before I do that, Dawn, at 6 o'clock, do we need to extend the meeting or?
So I would make the motion, I would suggest you make the motion before we go on break, because we need to take a 30-minute break.
Okay,
For
so
labor
prior to having a recess, I would like to make the motion that we extend the regular council meeting of July 22nd. Do I need to say a time or? It's just that it's extended.
No, I don't think so.
I
I mean, you could estimate a time or that you don't want to go past. Or you could just leave it at that. I'm trying to think of it in.
We changed it so you don't have to set a time.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd also like to call the recess and we'll be returning at 6:10. Thank you so much. 3.1. So I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:13. Sorry, 6:18. Thank you. So our item is new business, our item is bylaw and policy number 9.1, artificial intelligence. Evelyn, do you want to speak to that? Or policy, sorry.
I was just gonna say, did you want to, before we started on that one, did you want to set a meeting for the
workshop day?
Yeah. When did you want to do that?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, so, who would like to take that motion? Who could put most food in their mouth before they make the motion?
I'll move that the Smoke Lake Town Council schedule a workshop on Tuesday, August 13th at 3 p.m. For the purpose of discussing town signage.
Motion on the floor, All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to policies and bylaws. 9.1. Councillor Close.
So there's a lot of mistakes in not only this policy, but actually in a lot of like the first policy that I saw that came close to that could be approved today is public participation policy at 9.4. We're here now at 6 o'clock. We have a lot to get through on our agenda. We've also discussed having a policy specific meeting before to do this. I was really surprised when I saw so many policies added to it. As the resident person who does all of the reading, I'm sorry, this is way too much for me to read in a weekend, especially when unfortunately they're not easy reads. I start correcting so much of it. So I'm asking the rest of council, how do we want to proceed? Because unless this borrowing bylaw that we need to pass, that's at 9.8.
We should have that one.
So so unless, yeah, so that's what I'm gonna recommend is that we defer these policies, whether it's to the next meeting or whether it's to a policy specific meeting. That's what I would like to do. And the one that I saw that was really important was that.
Okay, and so I have you, Dawn. Thanks. Go ahead.
Could I also request that, I'd make 2 comments. Could I request that we might want to consider public participation, being that it is supposed to be as per the MGA every 4 years and we're at 6. So I think it would, and you said that one you felt was in good shape. And I would recommend that this is a good one for a committee of the whole meeting. Budget and policy are very prominent committee.
Okay. So how does that sound to the rest of us? Go ahead, Mel.
I'm comfortable with that. I think having a separate policy meeting, I do want to do the bylaw for sure, obviously, to get moving on that. Could we set this date? Can we forward these policies to the next agenda in August to set a date for a separate policy meeting, council as a whole, committee as a whole meeting? Is everybody, can we set that one at our next one? If there's nothing pressing besides those 2.
Okay, so then just to recap, Dawn, you wanted us to go through the 9.4 today.
The only other one is the affordable housing
Okay, council.
policy in that we can't move forward with the HAF grant until that's approved. So we're bringing forward the plan as per the workshop to the next meeting, so we can move forward with maybe the other developments. And we can't do that until that policy's in place.
Okay, so the only people that had 9.4 and 9.7 on their consent agenda was Evelyn. So
Although everyone can speak
Yeah.
to it, right? Yeah, okay, just want to make sure I didn't confuse you with that,
Yeah.
okay.
thank you. I am always a little confused, but how does that sound? I think that's more than fair, and I appreciate the work that admin did do to present us for this agenda. And there was some circumstances around that some of the work was shared amongst the intern and Roman.
And we didn't have them
Yeah.
the last council meeting or half of them would have come then, right? So we had
So
6
you-
weeks, so
you've been-
sorry to bombard you with so many.
I think that sounds good. How does that, is that fair? Fair?
And council has, sorry, as a reading, council has reviewed the reserves when that one was at our, one of our workshops as well, so.
Yeah.
Just so you have seen that one, just.
So I think it's best that we go through each one and defer it, or what would you prefer? And then when we get to 9.4?
Probably because we didn't remove any of these from the agenda. We could, if we had removed them at the beginning and said to defer it, then that could have been one motion, but because they're all on the agenda, it might be deferred to the next committee of the whole, or however you want to do it, and then we'll have a motion to have an agenda item for the next council meeting to set up committee of the whole.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect. So are we picking that date now or are we deferring to the next August 12th meeting? Because I know this council loves to pick dates. So. Who wants to speak to that? Mel?
I was suggesting that we defer it just so that, like, there's even the date setting to send in some corrections or things.
I think if we're waiting, and no disrespect, sorry, I don't want to.
That sounded a little disrespectful.
Sorry, I don't want to start an email frenzy.
No, I meant to administration.
Okay.
Yeah, not to.
Um,
It's up to you. My motion I was suggesting was to set the date at the next meeting. We already just said workshop, unless you want to just postpone it. We can set the date now and just have it a little later.
And it would be, I mean, if council was okay with it, if councilors had, I had a couple like in one of them, there was a spelling error and that was pointed out and I've already made the change. So, I mean, if you wanted a cleaner version and less back and forth on that at the next meeting, we could have, if you have any grammatical errors, so not changing content, because that should go to the committee. But if it's just grammatical errors that you wanted to forward to admin or write up and pass them to us, we could then have cleaner copies for the agenda.
discussion? I'm just one voice. Okay.
So you would like to go, shall we go through each one and read it and defer to a future committee of the whole meeting? And then there's a couple ones that you need passed today, but we'll say, we'll pass it, but to bring back to.
If you pass it, it would be done. So if you want to just.
Has
brought
with
back,
amendments, like we'll edit it now and then.
So
And then.
the question is to Mel's comment about sending emails to admin.
If it's grammatical, those can be handed, it can be adopted, and those can be handed on and they'd be included. But if it's content, then the amendments need to be brought forward. So if there's issues, like for instance, with this is the first time you'll have seen the affordable housing, you may not like certain things in there, in which case we can defer it to the committee of the whole. It just defers our projects. You could do that, and I encourage that if this policy isn't what you guys anticipated, because it's not like we had this in place and we just updated it. It's brand new, right? So if it's not what we're expecting and it needs to go there, it'll just defer projects, but that's okay. I just want to make sure you're clear that we can't move forward, for instance, with if we adopt the plan at the next meeting and the next stage was the getting contractors in to do, say, the double lots, if that's what gets approved at the next meeting for fourplex, we can't do that until this policy is in place, but that's okay. I just want to make sure you knew. Does that make sense? But yeah.
Okay, Mel?
Let's just go through them one by one, make a motion to defer it and to a workshop. Can we set it at the next council meeting? And unless you guys want to set the date today, but I would prefer it be in September then, because August is, and like a little bit,
Full already.
that's what I mean. So that's why I just thought in August, we could set it for September. That's all I was thinking.
What was your comment, sorry?
Oh, sorry, Chris, she said workshop, so she said workshop.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
committee of the whole.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Can we tentatively, when's our September meeting? I'm just looking at the 9th.
You know, the advantage of September is we have a meeting on the 9th and the 23rd. So if we did it on one of those days, the advantage is we have 2 meetings that month, so we shouldn't, but from the 12th to the 9th is 4 weeks. So I would almost say do it on the 26th because it's 2 weeks after one
26th
of September, if that's not too late.
No, you mean the
23rd.
26th.
26 is.
I was like, we're gonna talk. Okay.
Yeah, I think though,
I'm good with the 23rd.
of September.
Yeah.
And we're just delaying admin and we know that, so that's okay.
Unless there's urgent, like, if you're
You don't
okay
wanna
with.
do it the 9th?
Yeah, let's do it the 9th. We're here anyway, and that gives, so Amy's not here. Sounds like Evelyn's done a lot of work reading through everything. It gives us time to prep. I'm not in favor of sending emails to admin. It's prepared for us. Let's all discuss it as it is today on September 9th and move forward with the changes as a whole. That's why we're meeting and because I don't want to dedicate the time for the email and not be sure that I'm looking at the most recent email or have any communication problems with admin. I think they've got enough to do and this would be most efficient as a committee of the whole. That's just my opinion, so
1 o'clock on the ninth.
10 a.m. on the 9th. Is that okay? Admin, is that okay with you? That gives you enough time?
Yes.
And if you're adding any more, please do so, that we have a committee of the whole for policies, okay? So who wants to make that motion? Evelyn?
Hold on. September 9th?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the date of the Northeast meeting for ATV ride, board ride. So sorry, I would be not even attending the meeting that afternoon unless we changed it. Sorry, that's the day that it's scheduled.
Okay.
So
So then I don't
it's
want,
not, yeah. Can we,
let's establish
we're
a
just
date
gonna-
in August 12th.
thank you.
Okay.
Let's establish the date for the committee of the whole for the August 12th agenda. Admin will put it on, and if there's any additional calls,
Northeast meeting for a meeting in the morning.
1 o'clock is the council meeting.
Oh, at the, sorry.
You're gonna be here, yeah?
Yeah, I
1
would,
o'clock.
but you were talking about the morning again. My
No,
apologies.
no, sorry, for clarification, a date will be determined for the committee of the whole meeting at the August 12th regular council meeting agenda package.
So a motion for administration to bring forward an RFD for to the next meeting, basically.
For a date?
Kind of what I said at the beginning.
Yeah.
Defer each one of these and date to be determined at the August 12th.
And I guess I want every, okay, so motion on the table, all in favor? We did, who made the motion?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, thank you, motion carried. And sometimes we might even have to, do it in the later part of the afternoon or evening or, go ahead.
So we scheduled the committee of the whole meeting. Have we ever had one?
No,
Okay.
We haven't scheduled one.
we haven't scheduled.
No, it's coming back to the August 12th meeting and then we're gonna schedule it.
Our committee of the whole.
Yeah,
Great.
you're good? I'm not.
So for 9.1, I'd like to move that 9.1 is deferred to the scheduled committee of the whole meeting
To be
to a
determined.
future date to be determined. Is that okay, Dawn?
So defer to the committee of the whole meeting date to be determined.
Correct. I got you. All in favor? Motion carried. Terry, 9.2.
So we're gonna defer that as well?
Yeah.
So why don't you just defer all?
You should technically have
Each one, let's go.
Oh, okay.
It's because they weren't removed from the agenda.
Okay, 9.2, I'll defer the policy FIN dash 0105 dash 2024 reserves to committee of the whole meeting to be determined at the next meeting.
All in favor? Motion carried. Evelyn, 9.3.
I'll make the motion that the town. Skew down more. Town of Smoky Lake. How am I doing for guessing? I'm on the business recognition policy.
Yep.
The town of Smoky Lake deferred the business recognition policy A-30-2024 to a committee of the whole meeting, which will be scheduled at a later date.
All in favor? Motion carried. 9.4, public participation. Mel?
So this one, I'm going to make the motion as per the recommendation that the town of Smoky Lake adopt public participation policy 18-2024 for the purpose of guiding the town on how to engage municipal stakeholders to gain their input on decisions that may affect them.
It's checking, Counselor Coves, you had it on your consent agenda, so discussion, please. And I am gonna be tidying up this discussion. We're gonna have the motion, discussion, one round, and then we're voting on it, okay?
I'm gonna- What I did that before has changed because of what we're doing right now, so. If you want me to go ahead and pass it, I'll pass it.
No, did I say something wrong?
Nope. Oh, this is fine. The town of Smoky Lake adopt policy A-25.
Yeah, we have the motion, so
Yeah, so
that
She's saying she doesn't have any more discussion.
discussion,
yeah.
okay, so it's not on, it was on the consent, okay, so.
She wanted to defer, which we've already done.
Oh, okay.
Right? I was saying defer, you're the one that said it needed to be done right now, so.
Yes. Well,
Is that not
I
what we're doing?
suggest this one gets approved because the MGA says we should have.
It's 2 years late.
And why is that?
The MGA says it needs to be done every 4 years.
So we
This
have,
one needs to be done every 4 years.
for clarification, it has not been done for 6 years?
Correct. So my recommendation was to do it so that it's, and then moving forward, I have policies coming every 4 years. Each council seeing all policies.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I am gonna call the question. All in favor? Motion carried. 9.5, Chief Administrative Officer. I move that the Chief Administrative Officer Performance Appraisal Policy A-2524 is deferred to the next committee of the whole, a future date determined by the August 12th meeting. No discussion, call the question, all in favor, motion carried. Thank you. 9.6.
Can I defer that too, right?
Yep, please.
Yeah, I'll move to defer policy number RFD 24 311 to a future committee of the whole.
Okay, hearing the motion, all in favor? Motion carried. So with 9.7, Evelyn, you're gonna decide what you want to do the motion as.
Okay, the town of Smoky Lake defer policy number D-05-2024 affordable housing policy to provide a guideline for the town to navigate the implementation of affordable housing to a future committee of the whole meeting.
Discussion? Okay, I'm gonna call the question, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Moving on to 9.8, the boring, sorry. 9.8, bylaw number 11/2024, borrowing bylaw for the regional water facility, water reservoir and pump station.
We'd like this one,
Oh, I'm
right? Okay. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake pass first reading of bylaw number 11-2024, being a boring bylaw to incur in debt, I don't even know that word. Indebtedness in the amount of $1,224,205 for the purchase of funding a regional water facility, water reservoir and pump station in Smoky Lake, and advertised in accordance to the Municipal Government Act, section 606. Wow.
Okay, thank you. And discussion? Terry?
Why are we calling it a regional water?
Gonna hold regional water.
No, it's not.
Technically, it came from the region.
It's on the MP, it's on the grant application. I think that's why it's on MP's grant app, like the grant application as the regional. I think that's why, but you could change that.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a region, it's
Although
the town of
it's
Smoky Lake
changing
Water
to this.
Reservoir.
What's that?
Is it Is there a reason that would
Well,
have
that's
that word,
fine, that's
or
good.
can we omit it? Is that?
Make-
Just, we'll give it a minute just to confirm.
It's just a sweet water reservoir.
Yeah, I think we'll just call it, my motion will just say, I'm gonna amend it a little bit for the purpose of funding the Smoky Lake water facility, water reservoir pump station in Smoky Lake.
Very quiet today.
Sorry, I should holla.
So just to recap then, admin, would you like a little bit more time?
I think so because there's no pump in it.
So reflecting the motion on 335, last meeting.
Okay, sorry,
So
you're going to the background?
yeah, background, the last motion at the June 10th meeting with 335 with Merrick, that was what it was called. So we just used that same when he put it out for tender. Is that not correct?
I'm just looking at the graph here, so. So very warm in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
It went off, that's why we're usually not here this long, we can adjust it. We don't have the actual grant applications. So are you comfortable with it without that word in there?
Let's just
See ya.
change it, but the,
Well, the minister referred to it as the Regional Water Facility Water Reservoir. So.
my motion says the Smoky Lake Reservoir.
Should be okay, right? Yeah. It should be.
And we'll have to check on that because
Let's
Check
call
on
it,
what?
let's call it 2-minute recess, please. Call back to order at 6:46. Motion on the table to omit the word regional, and all in favor? Carried. So, the first reading.
I made a motion for first
Okay.
reading, yeah.
Okay, so we're moving on to 9.9, Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 1224. Motion to defer to the next committee of the whole meeting. And I'm gonna make that motion, all in favor? Carried. Pardon me. Now we are on to 10.1. I'm going to.
circle that one.
Sorry, Mel's gonna give an oral verbal.
Yeah, just before filing information, I just wanted to, I will email it, I wouldn't have it on the next one, but I just wanted a quick verbal that the Smoky Lake Daycare downtown recruited and hired a second director. So instead of one director running both locations, now we have one daycare, two directors. And so we had a successful applicant and she's doing wonderful. And yeah, things are going a lot smoother with the expansion now, for sure. So in a couple weeks in, and yeah, life is a little lot easier. So I just wanted to give that quick update, but I will the next one.
And so, Terry, I'm gonna get you to make the motion.
I'll move to accept for information, verbal and written reports.
All in favor? Motion carried. So now we're on to 11, correspondence requiring action. I have, so 11.1, Alberta Health Services response letter, concerns with physician recruitment in the Smoky Lake region. Evelyn?
So that town of Smoky Lake acknowledged receipt of the response letter from Dr. Christy McClelland, interim zone medical director, North Zone from Alberta Health Services, dated June 19th, 2024, regarding concerns with physician recruitment in the Smoky Lake region in reference to the letter from the Smoky Lake Regional Partners that includes the town of Smoky Lake County, Village of Velna, and the Village of Wasetna dated June 12th, 2024, requesting a meeting with the Ministers of Health and Mental Health and Addiction.
Discussion? Not anymore. Seeing no discussion, hearing no discussion, all in favor? Motion carried. Eleven two is consent agenda, so 11.3, Smoky Lake Golf Course funding request. I had that on my consent agenda, so I'm going to look at that more closely. And well, what are we gonna do here? So I would make the motion that we would file for information. Option, or actually, you know what, Pardon me, I'm going to move that the town of Smoky Lake acknowledge receipt and take no action regarding the motion made by the Smoky Lake Council at the June 27th, 2024 council meeting. And that Smoky Lake County donate funds in the amount of 500 funded from the grants to individuals and organizations budget to the Smoky Lake Golf Club in support of year 2024 junior golf program scheduled for every Tuesday in July of 2024 in response to the letter request received from the pro shop manager, Leo. Pardon me, I don't want to.
Chaplain.
Chaplain, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And received on the 25th of June and challenged that the town of Smoky Lake match shall exceed the funds towards the same. Discussion? Go ahead.
So we didn't get a letter from them? No, we didn't. Like, that's just, it's strange. Yeah, so they just didn't send us one. Yep, that's all.
Terry?
In the letter, it says that we would like to ask the county to help sponsor the event for the amount of $1,000 to provide signage thanking the county for their sponsorship. We also invite council to visit during this time. This is a handover from the county, cutting budgets, passing the $1,000 request on to the town.
Yeah, that's what we just said, to take no action.
Oh,
It wasn't a challenge, they donated less, and then.
yeah, challenge us to
Also.
match theirs
Yeah.
to bring up to 1,000.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, I see.
It's something that this particular counselor does almost every single time when I'm sorry, Mary Ann,
Go ahead, no.
but yeah, this is just your typical, as soon as they do a donation, it's always, let's challenge the town to match, always the same council.
And I agree. To add to this discussion, it's unfortunate because we would have had an opportunity to build that partnership. And now the program is over at July and we missed out on an opportunity to partner and to have sponsorship and participate. So any more discussion? Call the question.
Okay, so
All in,
what was the,
Take no action.
okay,
all in favor of the motion? Motion carried. And we're on to 11.3. So that's the fire one.
What's the golf?
11.4.
And I don't remember 11.4.
Oh, sorry.
or is the 3-year?
I have 11.4, so I think it's.
It was
I have
not-
11.6 is the next one.
Sorry, 11.6 is the fire one. So those, the other.
11.4 is the fire one. I have it circled as being removed from the consent agenda.
So do I have it circled?
Okay. So my bad, I didn't.
No worries. It's a lot.
So
Back and forth.
you are talking about 11.4.
Yes.
Okay, and pardon me, that is the fire one. So let's take a look at that and Mel?
I'll put a motion on the floor first before my discussion, I guess. I'm gonna go with the option that Town of Smoky Lake approve the third-party organization. I'm not gonna make that motion. Can we do discussion first, actually, on this one? I'm sorry to.
Is that okay with everyone or?
I'm not sure I like either one of these
Okay.
options. So I am confused that we don't know what we have.
We do.
So we need to hire a third party to tell us what we have?
No.
So and assess the value of
Yes.
the equipment that we have.
That we jointly,
Okay, then I am prepared to make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake approve a third-party organization and conduct an appraisal to determine the value of all fire equipment owned by the town of Smoky Lake and the Smoky Lake County to be utilized for amortization and or replacement in the Smoky Lake Regional Fire Rescue 3-year draft budget 2025-2027, and municipalities to consider cost sharing at 60-40 of the expenditure.
Discussion? Terry?
I would like somehow to reflect that the town participate in the selection of that third party.
No?
Well, I can't see why. I would assume they put out a tender and the committee would hire somebody.
I
Yeah.
believe that was the intent of the ICC committee, it was against got to hire someone.
John? Do you, can you offer any suggestion as to what they're doing at the?
I missed that IPC meeting, that's when I was away for a funeral.
Oh,
Were you there in my place? Do you recall? If it was for Scott to hire the appraiser? I believe so.
so. Okay, I've got Mel and then I've got Terry, so go ahead.
Could we just maybe
Thank you.
make a motion, another motion, just saying.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so you
let's
go
do-
ahead.
You did the option motion, right?
Let's hold on, and
60-40.
then make another.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so before the discussion, before I call the question, when I look at the county's motion and it's done 50-50, then we're gonna push back and they would have to make another motion or,
Yeah.
in terms of governance, that's how it's done. And because I am also with Mel's, mindset that we would have an inventory list and we'd have a ballpark of, for insurance or appraisal that we would know. Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to phrase a question. Do we have an inventory list?
Yes, Scott provided, I believe at the ICC.
Okay,
And then I believe the ICC motion was, is that 7.4? I'm assuming that was that. Oh, no, that's different. Was there a
That-
motion made at ICC?
that's the county's
Yeah.
motion.
It's only for the shared vehicles. It's
That's
not
right.
for like the entire inventory list. It's only for, is it 6?
I can't remember the.
I believe
but-
it's 6.
Terry?
In the negotiations or in the information provided to the town of Smoky Lake, the county depreciated joint assets to a zero amount after its life expectancy of 20 years. So I brought up that at the end of 20 years, that object or that asset is not worth zero, there's some value to it. So then that's when this all came about. So that's why I'm saying that it should be an appraiser jointly approved by the town and the county. And yes, I agree with the 60-40. I did not agree with the 50-50 that the regional ICC motion that was made.
Point heard. Any more discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. So would you like to make another motion? Go ahead.
I'll move that administration contact Smoky Lake County in regards to hiring of the appraisal firm or whoever is gonna be hired to be jointly decided by town and county.
Admin?
Or ICC members or?
No.
Admin, okay. So discussion? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor? Motion carried.
And I'll just, instead of ICC members approve it, it just delays it. This way administration can get it done. and it's done.
Thank you,
Yeah,
that's fair,
my
that's
reason
fair, that's
for
fair.
that.
You don't have to explain.
But no, just so everybody's on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So,
Boomtown was not anything, right?
so the next one that we have, we're moving to 11.6. Smoky Lake Pumpkin Growers Request. Sounds like a lot of fun. So, page 161. Who wants to make that motion? Evelyn?
As soon as I skew down to the page again.
161.
161, yeah, I went too far, thank you. Okay, that Town of Smoky Lake approved the Smoky Lake Pumpkin Growers request for the town's train cars to provide transportation at the annual pumpkin fair event dated for October 4th to 6th, 2024.
Discussion? I got Mel first and then Dawn.
Well, now I'm like, oh dear. I have a couple questions. This was your request, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
And then form us, yeah.
Okay, so, liability. What's hauling it? Safety, inspection, putting people in it. I think it's a terrible idea. I'm very concerned that you're gonna be hauling around. Or somebody's gonna be hauling around people, and it's not really, I don't think it's intended for that, so I have so many concerns. If there was some kind of safety thing, then I don't have an issue with it, but I'm a little concerned about the safety and the legalities around that.
Which was basically gonna say, I think we need to address the liability and so, yes. That if we're going to approve of it,
I
that
just
be
need,
checked first, yes.
Go ahead.
like, I would reconsider if I knew what needed, like, I don't know what needs to be done to make it, the town not liable. That's all. I'm not familiar.
Okay, and go ahead, Evelyn. Do we even want this anymore? Maybe we sell it to the pumpkin growers for $1 and then it's on record that we sold it to them, it's theirs, and all of your concerns now in Terry's lap or the growers, pumpkin growers lap, because they can own it or instead.
So Terry?
Since this request, there's been some further progress that there's this train guide from Lamont Parade. I believe that is going to be coming now, so this might not be used.
So, and, okay, good to know. So, Dawn, I hope I didn't miss you when I went in the circle.
No, I had the same
Okay, so it was the
comments.
same comment. So I think that, in light of the new development, if there's no more, discussion,
I'll move that,
Wait,
No, I made
wait,
the motion.
we have the motion,
Oh,
we
sorry.
have the motion, and now.
And I said that it's to approve.
Yeah, so now.
So now, yeah.
So, no more discussion, I'm gonna call the question, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion has failed and has been defeated, so it will not be carried. Are we looking to make a subsequent motion or file for information?
Should have called for recorded vote.
Scary voted again.
Do we, a question to admin, do we need anything else or, okay, moving on. So for correspondence to file for information on the consent agenda, I believe 12.1. I'll get Mel Morton to speak to that, please.
I didn't pull it, but I'll make a motion to.
Oh, sorry, 12.1. I had the council reports. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I did the same
I
thing,
put
so
the
we
wrong-
must have said 12.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
That's where it came in.
11.1,
Yeah.
or sorry, 10.1, sorry.
So because I did name it in the consent agenda, because I
Oh.
circled it.
I just wrote it down.
Somebody said it because I have it circled.
Yeah.
I had circle too.
I said it.
Circle gets a square.
So I'm going to make the motion that the town of Smoky Lake file for information, the correspondence items A to H as follows, A to H. I'm not gonna say, let me even circle.
Okay, discussion? Being none, hearing none. Motion on the floor, calling the question, all those in favor? Motion carried. So now we have some items under 13.1, and I can't read my own writing, but we'll start with,
The CAO report to the library, because I thought we weren't going to cover it, so I went, okay, I'll just make it during the man.
It's an error.
Or at the beginning, never mind.
I didn't know.
okay, so 13.1 is a parade update, and I'm gonna get Dawn to speak to that. That,
I wrote down a motion, but I don't know where I wrote it. Sorry, but.
That's okay.
But, oh,
no, maybe it's
So-
public engagement.
no, it's this one.
Okay.
This is correct. It's just, so we at the committee, or sorry. Admin had, well, sort, not quite, sorry. After attending the Lamont Parade, you had emailed about Obi, using the train from Lamont. Actually, a couple weeks prior to that, Carly had come across it and sent an email, so we were actually well in the works, so we were all on the same page, which was kind of cool. And she had confirmation that they will come and we're good to go. What we need to know is, do we want to do rides? Or do we, because they'll do the parade route and then they'll do rides in town, or they'll set up somewhere where the kids can go visit the parade, but we'll need road closures for that.
And is there a cost?
No, so what we need, we suggested setting up in Pumpkin Park, closing it and then advertising after the parade, go see Obi at the Pumpkin Park and go for a tour, and that way we don't have to continue keeping the road closures for extended hours. So if the council's okay with that, to make a motion to that effect.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Where are you suggesting that they do all the rides? Just in?
Not do rides, just do a tour. We can do rides or we can do a tour of it. So to set up at Pumpkin Park
And just a
to come in and have kids go on the train, take pictures.
tour.
That was our recommendation, if you were okay with that, just so that we don't need an extended road closure.
And it's accessible because parking and whatnot. I like the idea. I must admit, I read the email.
Oh,
and
and
I thought you were
sorry,
responding that
and-
Carly was on it, and I'm like, okay, well, then I'm glad we emailed. But she was already on it from weeks before.
she had,
so
yeah,
thank
she had emailed them asking about it. She emailed me actually saying, hey, I found this when because we have our theme, and I said, great, reach out, and then you guys saw them there. I'm like, perfect, see, that we all agree. The other one was, we thought it might be, if we can, is have the OB go first in the parade float, maybe with the parade marshals.
Brilliant idea.
Awesome.
If it works, so if you're okay with
I
that.
love that idea.
Yeah.
Showcase that. So, and that was Evelyn's eagle eye spotted that, and so we made that connection, but I'm glad to hear that Carly was already working on it.
It's
So,
nice when the staff bring forward initiatives that support what our council vision is, so, yeah.
So
Way bigger than I thought it was, though, when you guys sent pictures, so.
So if I may, with the parade marshal, previous to that, I believe in March, we had the motion to have Derek, and then he wasn't able to attend, so we now, I think what you're saying is it's plural, so we have a number of marshals.
Yes, we invited Peter Baru
Yeah.
and Carol Carpenter, right, to be the parade marshals jointly.
Wonderful.
Yeah. We invited Peter because it was well, both of them, because they're involved with good friends in UCN.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
doing all that. And so was there any other
So
questions?
we could just do a motion to close Pumpkin Park for temporarily following the parade for OB to be set up for the public.
Are you looking for like whose turn it is?
On August 3rd from 11 a.m. till.
So you're gonna do that.
Oh, wait, so 12 till.
Yeah.
12 and 3, say 12 and 3.
And would that be okay if you made that motion?
Yes, I'm just waiting for Crystal to finish writing it, so she can read it out loud and I'll say that's my motion. Okay, is that, and I'm choosing to do it, right? Okay.
And can we just ensure whatever their team is, could they also get the coins for the food coupons or?
Oh, they'll be part of the parade, so then I think
I do consider this a win-win because we were talking about parade marshals, so now we can actually put a few of them on.
Awesome.
And that's lovely. So, yeah, with town Carol, maybe Dave Grandchuck wants to come out. Former mayor.
next year.
Next year. We'll say, okay, we'll do it again next year. With more. Okay. So Crystal, may I please have you read it out for us?
So temporary closed Pumpkin Park following the parade held on August 3rd. Or OB, is that his name?
OB to be on display.
To be on display.
Okay, so I move that Town of Smoky Lake direct admin to do what Crystal just said.
Okay. No further discussion, all in favor, motion carried. So 13.2 is the Beaver Creek Co-op.
So this is the one where I had, this is actually the one where I had the motion written down. That's what I was looking for. Didn't have that one written down, so must be getting late. So at the workshop, there was discussion around public engagement because we anticipated that the Beaver Creek would be submitting a development permit, as they stated they would. They have since submitted the Beaver Creek Cooperative has submitted a development permit. So what I'm recommending is that based on the direction at the workshop, we formalize that and that the town of Smoky Lake sends letters to adjacent homeowners regarding the development permit submitted by Beaver Creek Cooperation and set a public engagement session at the drop-in center on August 12th at 5 p.m.
Discussion?
I can't make that motion. I was just telling you the motion I
sorry.
suggested.
Sorry, I'd like to make the motion that Dawn just read.
Okay, so we have a discussion.
I'm not the only one getting
So
tired.
Mel has got a motion on the floor. Would we like to have a discussion regarding that? Good. Seeing none, hearing none, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? The motion is carried. And go on to 13.3, the Brock signboards. Evelyn?
So I'm gonna suggest that the Town of Smoky Lake direct admin to invite Brock Meyer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
I
Matt.
have my glasses
That's
on
fine.
because I don't know. I was originally I'm gonna continue with my original motion, to our August town council meeting as a delegation to discuss his proposal for signage for installing signage for highway signage along the highway 28. I got you, Dawn. Go ahead.
I just wanted to suggest that as per our purchasing policy, that we should come up with a plan on what we would like to see and do a request for a proposal, rather than hearing from one organization would be my only recommendation. That we would come up with a plan, a budget, and then put it out to all sign companies. And then we could send it specifically to them to submit a proposal, but that would be the approved procedure for purchasing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason I learned about him is because he, as you can tell, they have signs up along the county. And so I contacted him as a business owner to inquire about prices, and that's where the conversation started. And then I identified myself as a town councillor. And I told him that I was jealous that it was there. And he said that he contacted the town 10 months ago and that he was told that there was no land. So he says typically he approaches towns first, because we have different laws when it comes to Alberta highways. So the reason why it's taken 10 months for the county is because they had to involve Alberta highway transportation. But with us, they didn't need to. So he says he always typically reaches out to towns. So whoever he spoke to here gave him information that made him go to the county instead, because he was told that we had no land. So
I'd have to double check if he reached out to me. I don't recall hearing from anyone on this matter. And we would still have to reach out to other transportation along the highway on 855, we can do that as well. And Highway 28. In town, we could go ahead, but on the highway, we can't.
Okay, so having that,
I'll double check my emails, but we don't have anything budgeted, but I don't recall hearing from them, sorry.
okay, go ahead.
The reason why I'm enthusiastic about this and brought it is because I have talked about that Jandel sign for quite a while that is there. So when he started talking about the signs across the highway, so if you take a look at the information he shared, you have pretty much a good idea of some of the ideas that we were brainstorming along there. Because when we were talking about the business signs, then I said, well, and then this got into it, then I asked him about I'm gonna call it the Jandel sign again. Because instead of putting up his boards, I said, well, it sounds like you already have the ability to put up a sign there. So what I even said, so I was excited to find him because he does have the ability, if we wanted to turn that into something else, even something like welcome to Smoky Lake. But where my ideas went, where we started discussing it is because I used to live in Ontario, where this is quite common. Jim Pattison turned himself into a billionaire because he had this kind of business, but where you drive along the highways and you have these beautiful signs up and they advertise an hour or so ahead where you're going. So right now, some of the businesses that are interested that he shared with me in the county signs are actually St. Paul businesses that are going to be advertising along Highway 28 because they're going to capture the traffic as they come by Smoky Lake, that they're going to see a St. Paul business because they want to capture the traffic that's going to the lakes. And he did share with me some of the Smoky Lake businesses that are currently interested in doing it as well, but we could put up permanent signs. So it has nothing to do with selling and making 15% or whatever, you know, when you take a look at this for all the different businesses that it is, it's something that we can do ourselves. So we could have something like those signs that are there across the street. And, but instead we're advertising our pumpkin fair annually, like all the time, not just when those temporary signs that pop up, we can permanently do it. We can advertise our rodeo. It's now in its 41st year. That's actually pretty impressive. And I would love to see something like that along the highway, promoting our rodeo and celebrating the fact that we've had one here for over 40 years. And then the third thing is, of course, we have a beautiful golf course and there is no signage along the highway because this way, as his information will share, how many cars go by every single day. That is why I saw it as an opportunity for us. And that's why I would like him to come speak to us and share all of the different ideas so that you can hear it, because I made it very clear to him that I was only one of 5. And that, but that is what, in regard to what you're saying, this is the way they did it at the county. He approached the county, they put him on the agenda. He presented, they went into closed cameras so that there was the confidential information. They came out and they did it. So
I just wanted to point out our policy, our purchasing policy requires an RFP. That's all I was saying. So that's proper they might not have that policy in place, but that is our policy that you guys adopted. You can go against your policy. You can. I'm just saying that our purchasing policy says, well, one, we need a budget, but if you chose to move ahead with the project, we should do the proper process of.
It's rental signs. Also, a lot of this is rental.
Okay, well, you're talking about permanent signs for.
Yes,
Yeah.
because there's all kinds of different options. When you look at this,
Well,
then that's what he was saying. If you want to keep the Jandel sign because it's ours, then he will put up a sign. And yes, that would come out of the budget. But then he's also suggesting that he could put up his own signs and then the negotiation.
No, that's all I was saying is that was my only recommendation.
Okay.
I haven't had time, I didn't have time to read this in advance. It came.
Yeah, actually, nor did I. So is it the best way then to address this would be refer him to call back to admin, and if it's not the August delegation meeting, or if it's August or September, or what was your vision to have this brought?
I made a motion already. I said that to direct admin to reach out to him and invite him here as a delegation to our August meeting.
So any more discussion? Okay, I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? So it's defeated, and I just want to give me a sec. So that motion that was on the floor is defeated, and are you interested in making a subsequent motion, or?
Yeah, I am. I don't wanna dismiss it. I don't wanna dismiss it. It's hard to bring somebody in. I don't wanna waste their time when we haven't, like, our council should wrap our heads around this and read this and make sure that it's something that we wanna do. Like, instead of wasting their time, that's all I'm thinking is that, yeah, I'd like to, like, you got the opportunity to get excited about it, right? And I wanted, like, I haven't thought about this kind of thing at all till just now. And I don't, what is the situation with that sign by the Corn Maze? I don't even know what that situation is. Like, somebody own that?
That might be part of the agreement. So what we could do is make a motion for administration to bring back information on this reference signs. So like if there's agreements when motions were made, the one, you know, if there's certain signs that you want us to assign pollution kind of thing, and then bring back more information. Or this could be part of a budget discussion, or a part of the sign discussion committee or a workshop to come give direction to administration to bring in them and others, or you know what I mean? Like there's whatever you want, whatever you'd like to do. But again, like I didn't know that some of this was rentals. I didn't have a chance to read this. So.
And I agree. I like the idea of, you'd mentioned about the pumpkin growers and maybe the rodeo. So you're thinking that they would rent the sign and that would alleviate, sometimes the pumpkin growers are struggling with their signs on the highway as well. And they're a bit dated. So maybe this is an opportunity for them to reach out to Brock and update their information. So is that kind of what we're talking about as well?
No, okay, I'm not sure what makes this different from other delegations, because I've walked in to other delegations have come and I actually, you know, he actually put this together quickly so that you could read it. So yes, I know, you've all been ambushed by information. I hate it all the time that we suddenly have to read through it, which is why I didn't say, hey, let's do this, and let's do this. I said, as a delegation, it gives you a chance to read through it yourself. And then if you came as a delegation to ask questions, then.
Go ahead.
I think what worried me right off the bat is there's like he put together a proposal. So it makes me feel like I need to see if this, in my mind, he's putting a proposal already together for the town, which we haven't decided if it's something that our council wants to, and I don't know I don't know what the standing of that Gendel sign is, which also makes me nervous. Right, and do we have
I've had to. And there is a lot of good information in this discussion about signs that we're having an upcoming committee of the whole meeting with, the workshop is about the signs and the branding package. Would that fit into this to take it to the next level?
I think so.
So,
I agree.
okay, so Terry?
Do you remember when we had all the business signs up in front of the?
Yeah.
We had probably, it had to be 20.
When Evelyn remembers, she
So
was here.
Years ago.
remember
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
from the entrance by the Skyway Motel along where that Dr. Chome sign is, there was a sign every 15 feet of all the
And there's an
businesses.
opportunity to make money from selling the sponsorship of it, right?
And what, see, the thing with this is that got me going was the empty signs. I'd like to see something once the ones that are up there are filled. And then the thing I didn't like about this is that it says Brock would supply the graphics, printing and installation. Where I know, for example, the signs pumpkin growers have up permanently, they had their own design do it and they're advertising on it, and it was something wrong with the sizing, so that's why, but they're looking into that.
So this might help them out, so.
Yeah,
I think at this point, I support the language with what the presentation, and thank you for doing that. I would ask that we would consider deferring it to the workshop. Go ahead.
I agree. I don't want to dismiss it totally. I just thought it would be, I'd like to make another motion to defer it to our workshop on signage. I don't want to totally dismiss it. I would like to talk about it.
And
So is that your motion?
That would be my motion, yeah.
Okay, any more discussion? Go ahead.
yeah, and another thing would be just to touch base with transportation, right?
Yes, I have the one, information on temporary signage, there's the rodeo one, and we need their permission for that. I'd have to find out about permanent signage, because I know we need permission on that.
Because I know there's some stipulation, you see guys buying old rent trailers, it has to be, like you said, mobile. Versus, I don't know what the county did to get that in place, but yeah.
To add to that, does that give administration enough time to look up the Jandal sign on the 9/11 property? Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor, all in favor? Motion carried. That wraps up 13, section 13. Just to confirm, I haven't missed anything. Okay, so I would like to have a motion to go into closed section to discuss 14.8 and 14.9. So 14.8 is the VoIP legal, sorry,
Section 27.
section 27, and personnel for 16. Who has 17? Sorry, who has that motion?
I'll move to
Councilor
closed section.
Markowitz, and the time is 7:20. 7:25?
7:26.
Sorry. All in favor? Motion carried. Motion to come out of camera,
I'll move to come out of closed session.
all in favor? Carried. 14.8.
I'll make a motion that the town of Smoky Lake accept the update on regarding the funding agreement as information.
All in favor? Motion carried. 14.9, personnel. I make a motion to accept the information presented in closed session. Call the question, all in favor? Motion carried. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the regular council meeting at 8:23. All in favor? Motion carried.